to political head trauma,
Hair trauma.
hair trauma, as Holly fixes her hair.
I think you might be here.
Holly spent 15 minutes tussling her hair just now. That's why we're late getting on.
Oh, thank you.
So that she could make sure that it fit with the headphones.
And for anyone who knows me, you're so surprised that I was late, I'm sure.
No, actually, Holly was on time. I'm going to send the headphones home with her so she can do her hair around them.
Thanks. That'd be great.
But this is where If Head Trauma had a podcast. Tonight we have coming on our local state reps, Tim Jimenez and Bridger Belinder. Tim will be in-house. He should be showing up any minute now. And Bridger will be via the internets. Hopefully the sound is good. Maybe I'll do a real quick sound check in a savage kind of way.
And just to give a heads up, we're giving you some time to get online and hopefully participate. Please don't hesitate to let us know that you're in the comments. And we want to hear from you. These are our House of Representatives at the Utah House. Bridger covers Stansbury, Grantsville area, and Tim is Big Tooele, as well as parts of Stansbury. So we are just, I just have to tell you before we get these guys started, as a political party chair, and we've talked about this in the past, what's happening in our county and how local government affects you far more than, the national government will. But when Merrill Nelson was stepping down, he wasn't going to run again. He didn't step down. He served fully. But when he let me know that he wasn't going to run again, I was looking at the pool of folks that were potentially going to run, and I actually considered it because I thought maybe I could do a great job. And then I get a call from a young man named Bridger Belinder. Mm-hmm. And I talked to him. He was on his way to Mexico, of all places, in driving. And we talked the entire time. And I knew when I got off the phone with him, there's no need for me to run because there's somebody that shares my values, who shares, I think, the values of Stansbury Park and Grantsville. And he hit the ground running. He was already preparing bills before he was even serving at the House yet. And he's an extraordinary man. And his gorgeous wife, Tricia, is amazing. He's got a beautiful family. They are born and raised in Grantsville. He loves his hometown. He loves Tooele County. And I have to say, and he's a business owner. He comes from the private sector. So he's not like government. He probably is learning on the job every single day. And Bridger, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
me?
We
can hear him, of course.
Unmute yourself, maybe.
Let's see, I think I'm unmuted.
He's not muted.
Let's try it now. Try it now, Bridger.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Did you hear anything I said about you?
Yeah, I didn't hear the bad stuff.
Oh, good. I did that all in the beginning.
I didn't hit go before until
he let me get it all out before he hit play. But
yeah.
Bridger, you have been working and you've been in the private sector your entire life and your family as well. So I thought you brought a new outlook and a lot of common sense to the office when you started. And all I have ever heard from the powers that be and your colleagues that work with you is that we have one hell of a jewel that is Bridger Belinder in that seat. And I've had the privilege of going to the Capitol and sitting with you and watching you work. And I am so appreciative how much you engage with the party. and with the constituents of this party. And I just need you to know that I'm so happy that you're up there. As a freshman senator, you have really turned some heads, and I couldn't be prouder. Tooele County's, our freshman senators have really impressed a lot of folks. So why don't you tell us what quickly got you to run?
Yeah. Thanks, Jared, Holly, for what you get for our community. People are listening to your program. I miss David. So also is there with Tooele Happy Hour. Call yourselves now, but
we keep having your Bridger. Your mic keeps bumping in and out. I wonder what's going on with that.
If I need to, I can. How's that?
Yeah. Let's have a sentence and we'll see how it goes.
Let me try to get on this. Maybe that's the better way to do it.
Okay. Yeah, try that out real quick.
Back with you.
All right. So anyway, that's Bridger Belinder. He is the state rep from down in Grantsville area.
And Stansbury.
Grantsville and Stansbury. And then Tim Jimenez is the kind of south of him that incorporates Tooele. And both of them also go up to the state line, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe Bridger is over Wendover.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got me now.
Oh, that's a lot better.
Is that better? I think it's just something on my laptop. So, but anyway, yeah. So you guys were talking a little bit about my district. So I represent most of Tooele County, with the exception of Tooele City and part of Stansbury and part of Erda. And as you know, Representative Jimenez represents the other part of those parts of the county that I don't. And then I represent part of Juab County, the really rural part of Juab County, and then also all of Millard County. So it's actually the second biggest House district in the state. So it's quite a jaunt to get from one end to the other. So.
And I recall when you were running that you were really hands-on with those other counties. Like you were in touch with electeds. You were in touch with the party chairs in those counties. You were showing up there to see how you could be a part of them. And I've heard from the party chair of Juab that how impressed he was that, he feels like he's being heard. And so, and that's you as a candidate. And it wasn't an easy race. There were some good people in the race, and I'm sure it was a more expensive race than most people thought. But I can appreciate the fact that you always have your head above board. You run your campaign with respect, and nothing ever gets muddy. And I think you just had to be yourself and let the results fall where they may. But it was an honor working with you on that campaign and seeing the absolute wonderful job you did starting right out of the gate. And Tim is joining us, and I would say the same for Tim. I've known him a long, long time. And what I can say about Tim is that when Tim makes a vote, somewhat how I feel about Mitt Romney, I don't question or worry about that vote. I know that it's been done with a lot of thought, with a lot of a moral and healthy thought of how it's going to work in the county and how it's going to benefit his neighbors. And so that is something few people get in their government.
We've lost our mouse. So I don't know if the computer is crashing or what, but we
Tim
have...
Bridger, you can still hear us?
I can still hear you guys. And I've got a hard stop here at about, I only have a few minutes before I got to get on another call. And so.
Okay, here's what I'd love to hear from you with your time restraints. Can you give us are you putting bills up this session?
Yes.
Okay. Would you give us a rundown of those bills?
Yeah, I can give you kind of a high level view of some of the things I'm working on. So a lot of what I'm doing this session has to do with mineral extraction in our state. And, a lot of I come from the sand and gravel industry, which is, I guess, a type of mineral extraction. But I'm working on things in regards to lithium and the process and the mine permitting process and different things like that. So that's one area that I've been playing in a lot. I'm doing some more legislation on some government licensing regulations in regards to equine massage therapy. So I'm running a bill. I don't know if right now in the state of Utah,
So
if you want to
hold on.
massage an animal, you've got to go and get the same the same license you would need to practice massage therapy on a human. So we're fixing that issue.
I'll
And
be
then I've
right
got
back.
some other things in the works. So, but yeah, anyway, that's kind of the space that I'm playing in. I'm also co-chairing with Representative Colin Jack, the Environmental Stewardship Caucus. Tim has been a big part of that. I'm glad Tim's there. Tim, we're lucky to have Tim because not just in Twila County, but in the legislature, because Tim's kind of a unicorn in that he has,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you why. So Tim has long, beautiful hair, and he's an environmental engineer, but he's also conservative, which makes him a unicorn, right? Because
Yeah,
there are lots of
absolutely.
people with long, beautiful hair that are environmental engineers that aren't conservative, and so we're super lucky to have Tim. Tim's helped us a lot with this environmental stewardship caucus, and we're really excited what we're doing with that. And I'll just talk about that for a minute, but this is a Republican-led effort that we've got people, myself from the mineral extraction industry, Colin Jack from the energy world, Tim is an environmental engineer. We have so many people participating in this, and our goal with that is to show people that, hey, look, Republicans care about the environment, right? And so I'd heard this for a long, long time that, hey, Republicans don't care about the environment. Like the Democrats are the only ones that care about clean air and clean water, and that's just not the case. So with this environmental stewardship caucus, we want to come up with good policy. We want to promote and support good policy that helps create a better environment for all of us. Not just banning gas-powered leaf blowers and lawn mowers, right? That's not what we're looking at. But really, even more than that, it's a really broad approach. I mean, the way we manage our forests, the way we manage our water, the way we do all of those things, right? Our quality of life here in Utah. So we're really excited about that. We've had a lot of groups reach out with lots of interest. College Republicans, some of the younger groups, which is great because a lot of these younger college students are hearing that from their peers, right? Like Republicans don't care about the environment.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so these are things that we're committed to kind of look at and sort of change that narrative that Republicans do care. We're just about doing things that make sense, not just feel good measures. So anyway, really excited about that. I'm also chairing the Sportsman's Caucus, and I'm really excited about that. Jared, you can relate. You've got deer on your wall in there. I wish I could be there with you, but those that hunt in our state, that's a part of our culture here in Utah: fishing, hunting, outdoor recreation. So happy to be chairing that caucus. Actually, with a friend and a Democrat, Doug Owens is the other chair of that caucus. So if you're
Hold
interested in,
on.
yeah.
There's Democrat hunters.
There, you know what? That's a real thing, Jared. Yes.
Oh, this is mind blowing. This is.
Hey, I happen
You
to
know-
know many Democrats who
When Joe
like to
Rogan,
protect their family and own a firearm.
when Joe Rogan talks to the people who talk about how like the aliens built pyramids and stuff, that's how I'm feeling right now. No, I'm just kidding. I know there's a Democrat or two that will.
So how intensive is that first week for you? And have you had these bills that you're talking about, are you having any pushback anywhere? I mean, these seem like a little bit of common sense, and you have personal involvement with that mineral extraction from your own profession. And I know that you kind of led the way, and you're just a hero among people, that you led the way to try to get those minerals and stuff, at least to get some compensation to the counties that you're actually pulling those minerals from, rather than they're pulling the minerals, they're driving them through the county, roads and stuff are getting affected. They're not buying their gas here. That's all going to Salt Lake, even though those minerals are coming right out of our county. And you kind of took that idea, and you and some others ran with that bill. I think, will you give us a short elevator speech on that?
Yeah, I think that was a good start for the rural areas that have, gravel pits is what you're referring to in this case.
Yes.
And that, that provided some revenue for road money, basically, to be able to repair some of the roads that are damaged by gravel extraction from the more rural counties, and well, not just the rural counties, all counties that have gravel extraction. Let me just touch on a little bit on like mineral extraction in general. So in my day job, I know Tim and I don't think this is a part-time job so much anymore as we maybe used to, but so my job that actually pays me, how I make my living, I spend a lot of time in the gold mines in northern Nevada as a mining contractor, and it's frustrating because well, I guess it's good work, but it's frustrating because we don't do more of this in the state of Utah. And so since I've been in the legislature, it was interesting. I was driving home from Winnemucca, Nevada, just a few months ago, and the Speaker of the House called me, and he said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I explained to him I was driving from Nevada, and he goes, "Man, clear out Nevada." And I said, "Yeah, Speaker, like we need to do more of this in the state of Utah. Like, how do we do that? How do we promote that?" And so I've just decided that during this interim, I've taken a lot of initiative and a lot of things that I think would promote mineral extraction in our state, and tried to run with that. And so hopefully what I'm doing will promote some of those things and create a more diverse economy, especially for places like rural Utah. Like you look at what has happened in Beaver County. Like Beaver County, the major employer in Beaver County has been Smithfield Foods, the hog farms in Beaver County,
Yeah.
right? They just decided to cut their contract, and it's thousands and thousands of jobs that are lost in Beaver County. That's devastating for
It is.
their
And
economy.
some towns like Milford depend on that. Like it builds a
Absolutely.
town.
Yep, absolutely. And so the fact is that we have this big chunk of Utah in the center part of our state that is rich in mineral reserves, and we as a state, frankly, haven't done that great a job in encouraging, exploration and mining of those materials that create jobs in a more diverse economy in our state. And so that's something that I'm kind of committed to. And with this, Tim and others that understand the environmental side, I think that's kind of what we want to see, right? To be good stewards. And part of stewardship is being able to utilize the resources that are here within our state. Now we have some interesting issues because a lot of federal land and different things like that, and there's a lot of legislators and groups that understand that issue better than I do. But together, I think we can get there and create those opportunities for Utahns, for better paying jobs, and especially in the rural areas. So
Right.
anyway, that's something I've spent a lot of time on in the interim.
Bridger, with the rural areas, a county like ours, who's 88% federal government owned, there's a lot of potentially we're missing an opportunity to get potential minerals or to, something like that. How much of getting our lands back would involve our state legislatures? Is that something that just kind of goes through the governor and the AG's office and then to the federal level? Or is that something you guys can put bills on to move along?
We've moved some stuff forward, but it's not really, everything is, well, let's just say moving forward. We have funded the AG's office and helped work on some language for some stuff that's moving forward.
Okay.
But we're not really able to speak much to it right now.
And the AG's office would actually be the ones fighting at the Supreme Court if they picked up our request to get our lands back.
To some degree, we can also contract with outside law firms.
Oh, perfect. Well, from what I understand, when Herbert was in, he said we need the House, the Senate, and we need all three houses in order to even take a bite of this, and we get one bite of the apple. We don't want to mess it up. Sean Reyes had mentioned that they've invested $3 million at least into the actual argument and the case. They're just waiting for the okay. And then when we had all three in at that short window, it didn't even go anywhere.
Yeah, we're moving forward. And we'll just leave it at that for now.
Perfect.
All right.
So, Bridger, I've got your mineral extraction bill, your government licensing regulations, the environmental, what was that called? The
Environmental Stewardship Caucus. And that one will be meeting every Tuesday morning, starting the second week of session, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. And so,
stewardship.
Stewardship Caucus.
Excellent. Now, Bridger and Tim, if ever, I know you guys are
Well,
going
let's real
into
quick have
session.
Tim introduce himself.
1 second,
Well,
I just want to say.
Bridger only has a few minutes. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
he's
Oh,
gotta
does
go.
he?
No,
Oh,
you're good. I've got to jump off here in just a few minutes. But go ahead. Any questions?
Bridger, what I would love, and I think as a party leader, I want you to never hesitate. If there's a bill that you want some constituents to show up and support and reach out to us, and it's always an amazing thing to see the Capitol and all its workings, but it's even better when you have, representatives who are willing to show you what's going on or talk to you. I know you guys have very little time to do that, but if there's a bill that comes up and you want to have a group of people there to support you, please reach out, because we will do everything we can. If it's not just us, we'll bring people, because you have my full support. I'm always impressed with the work you do and the way it's like you were always meant to do this job. And I don't think you even thought that. You were learning as you go, and yet you picked up just like Tim, and you guys have impressed so many of your constituents just by mere, you're filling people in on the details they ask for. You're going to them and asking what they need or what they think is needed, and then you're including them. And then you're shining. Your people love you up there. I haven't heard one bad word about you, even from Democrats. So
Yeah.
I just really appreciate, and I know that's a testament to both of your characters. You both have extremely great characters, and I wouldn't expect anything less, but it's always nice to hear. So I just have to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to fill us in on? Is there anything coming up you want support on?
I think, I'll reach out to you guys again in the coming weeks, and maybe we do like a mid-session follow-up or something one evening or something like that.
Would love that.
So, and we'll, but I'm going to turn it over to Tim, because he's awesome. You guys already know that. And
Yeah.
Like I said, we are really lucky to have him in our body in the House of Representatives, the Republican caucus. And so excited about what he's going to do this upcoming session. He has some awesome bills, and he'll tell you about. But anyway, if there's anything you need from me, feel free to reach out. Again, Jared, Holly, appreciate what you guys do, the service you provide for the community, and informing people, and I think it's great. So if you see Dave, tell him I'm gonna miss him. I think I have his number. I'll have to text him.
I chat with him every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know he's missing
funny
you
memes
guys.
back and forth. Yeah, he's loving Florida right now.
I'm sure.
Except he lives in a town that has traffic now, so he's always cursing about that.
Yeah.
But I'd like to have you back on. When you get a chance, I'd like to have you back on about the Sportsman's. Where's that moving? And also, how would public lands, how would that affect it? And what protections can the state step in and manage that with?
Yeah. No, that's good. We'll continue that conversation.
I want to just ask her one little question before you go. Somebody sent out a long thread last night about trying to limit the number of bills that can go to session and make a cap. And I personally, now I know that I don't know a lot of this or the inner workings. I understand bills go through the leadership in the House or Senate, goes through the bills, decides which one are going to go. And I just want to make sure that I don't feel comfortable with a cap, because every bill that goes up there is important to someone. I understand that. And there might be people loosely throwing them up to have relevance. I don't know the politics of it all, but I just wondered what you thought of somebody potentially limiting the amount of bills by like 15 bills a session rather than 1,500.
Yeah, I think there's, as our state grows, I think one of the issues is we have so many things, new things that come up. Like I just think of a couple, just for an example, like we have artificial intelligence. I'm working on this brine mining bill that has to do with deep saline aquifers, mining lithium out of. And so these are like new technologies and new things that come up. So we've got to have a little flexibility in being able to create legislation to regulate and manage those types of things. But it is frustrating, that last session was Tim and I's first session, and I remember reading KSL and it saying the article was, legislature introduces record number of bills, and I don't think any of us as lawmakers want to be, at least on the Republican side, want to be known for the legislature that introduces a record number of bills, right? And so that's something
Right.
that, the other day, and I don't know that he would want me sharing this necessarily, but our speaker even chastised us a little bit and said, hey, representatives, this is not necessarily good, right? That you've got all these bills. And so I would like to say to that, though, a lot of these bills, I would hope, and I saw this last session, are not more regulation and more law, but they're deregulating, right? And so I think that's something to keep in mind. But I'm with you, and it is alarming. I mean, that we see these huge number of bill files, and so I guess I don't know the answer other than I don't think it's necessarily good to have a record number of bill files.
But that's the job of the leadership in the House and the Senate, is to kind of be that go-between and decide what's
there. Yeah, but we also all represent the people that we represent. We, our 44,000.
And that's my thought. I don't want that
our
ignored.
job to bring that forward, and our leadership has been very good about saying, look, if you bring a legitimate bill forward, it's not job of leadership to block it or to try and stop it. Let's let it go into a committee and let the people hear it.
Yeah.
And that unfortunately means this year we may only have 35-40% of the bills that even are heard or passed. So
isn't it also the environment can adjust how many bills come in, what's going on? If something new happens in the state, say even the state takes an explosion of refugees from the state of California, as it collapses, you may see more bills come in because we may have to manage more things are happening.
We're fighting the federal government at a lot of fronts right now. And a lot of this just comes down to boards and committees that we have assigned responsibilities that may not be fulfilling the design of what they were set up for, as well as the federal government not overreaching, and we have to slap them back and say, no, we're not going to comply.
See, and I don't want that. I don't want that missed. I don't want that ignored. I want that to be discussed between my reps. And at the same time, you got AI, and you've mentioned AI. You've got, this is new. It's a new ground. Social media and what they're doing there, it's new. There's a lot of things that it just adds up. But if we don't get it settled now and get some legislation to get around it while we're just learning, it could come back to hurt us by not being prepared.
I think it comes down to the basic fundamental principle founding of this government is that, this Constitution is wholly inadequate for irreligious and immoral people. Mm-hmm. And the more we can't govern ourselves, the more we ask someone else to govern us. We also have an attitude of people being too comfortable. Too many people have the one issue that's important to them, the one thing that they want seen through. And the fact is there's 330 million Americans, and every one of them wants the one thing that's important to them addressed at the government level. Well, that's 330 million people with different ideas, different opinions, and wanting a specific bill for themselves. The real question is, what are we willing as citizens to give up in a form of comfort in order for more liberty to be here?
Right.
You start talking about Medicare, Medicaid, social the welfare program. We start talking about these things and no one's willing to give up an inch of their comfort. And by doing so, we run up billions or trillions of dollars worth of debt, and we necessarily grow government because that one thing is so important to us.
Yeah,
And
I can get
government
that.
never stops growing once
Okay.
you start it.
When we as citizens are willing to say, I'm willing to be uncomfortable and free, then we will have less government.
I'm excited to see what comes out on this proposed bill surrounding AI, because I don't even know how a legislature can write bills to anticipate something that right now appears like it seems like it's evolving and moving faster than you can blink.
Right.
Mhm.
Like you can write a bill for it today and it's doing absolutely something else and surpassing your bill tomorrow.
That's where we're lucky we have I know Bridger's got to go. We're lucky we have a citizen-led government. We have members of our body who have actually worked in this area. Senator Jonathan Johnson, who has sold his companies and kind of stepped back from the private world to serve. This was what he worked on in the private sector. So we have people who are familiar with this,
That's
which is
excellent.
good because I'm an environmental engineer. I'm biological systems engineering is my background. I don't know anything about AI.
Right. And then a lot of people up there have no idea what you do and about the knowledge you have over that issue. So it's kind of great that we've got a pool of people, and Bridger included as a business owner and a specific type of business and with rural Utah experience and workings. Bridger, we're going to let you go.
Thanks
you
for your
are
work
gonna-
on that caucus, by the way. That's what Bridger's working on right now, is setting up that wonderful stewardship caucus, which is going to be a great benefit to us.
Thank you, Bridger.
You're my
Great.
representative.
Thanks, you guys.
I appreciate all your work, and let's stay in touch because I would love to be up there at the Capitol to watch you two shine this session. So
Okay.
let me know whenever you have a free moment to let me tag along. I really appreciated it last time. And Bridger, we're going to have you on again for session, but I believe you're also running for the office again.
I am. Yep.
And so we're going to have all candidates come out and do a more of a campaign thing. But right now, you are so valuable to this county and loved and hardworking. And so I need you. Jared and I are just in awe at the leadership we have in this county.
Luckiest county in the nation.
We're very lucky. And so that's because of work you do. That's the work you do. So please know with the most sincere way I can say it.
I
Thank
think
you.
the water out here produces integrity.
Maybe.
I think so, because I mean we got a lot of character coming out of here. All of our representatives from probably on the neighborhood level up. It's just we got a lot of decent, responsible politicians.
I know before you go, I've been trying to get Brad Wilson a time slot, and I'm just, if you see him today, maybe let him know that I'm still trying to get a day for him. So
Okay.
I know you're fond of Brad Wilson's leadership, right? And then I know he's been kind of a mentor to you. So that's really neat because there's a lot of stuff I don't know about him. And I know a lot of people outside of politics don't know about him. So we'd like to get him on the show. So anything you can do to help us, that would be awesome.
Okay. Sounds great. Thanks again, you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Say hi to your family for me.
Will do. See you, Tim, in a couple days.
We'll see you.
All right, everybody.
Bye. So, Tim.
Oh.
I'm
It was
gonna
nice having Bridger here because then I didn't have to answer any
Oh
questions.
no,
I could just sit and smile.
I'm coming out the gate right
I
now.
have to wait. I just have to do a pre-introduction.
Keep it short. I'm Tim Jimenez.
Tim
and, I'm a
Jimenez.
state rep, District
And
28.
he's District 28, and you're an environmental engineer,
Mhm.
and he is very, very well. He's full of knowledge when it comes to the environment, protecting the environment, the regulations required to do so.
Well, and he's not just protecting the environment on word and hearsay. He's an environmental engineer, and he comes at it from a realistic view and recognizes that we as humans are a part of that environment, and he also needs to protect humans at the same time.
You should switch us so when we look at him, we're not looking away from him.
We are looking.
Oh, it's working?
Yeah.
Okay. And he looks at us and it looks right. Okay.
Yeah. We got everything set up.
All right, got
Okay.
it switched.
Thanks.
Jared, you're good.
Okay.
Tim,
Floor
I
is
got to
yours.
ask you right out the gate.
All right.
HB 119, lay it on me.
Yeah, I've still got a little bit of work to do. I'm working with several sheriffs and some tactical folks. Obviously, a big help for this has been Clark Aposhin. My wife and I moved here to Utah in 2008 from Washington. We were living in Everett, north of Washington, which I'm kind of glad we escaped from that area. It's pretty, but
I know
policies aren't. So when we moved here, I met up with Clark Aposhin. My office as an engineer happened to be in the same office as Clark Aposhin. So
is that a name of a person or a business?
Clark Aposhin, he's the Utah Shooting Sports Council. Wait, yeah.
Okay.
So his name is Clark.
Aposhin is his last name.
Got
Yeah.
it.
So
It sounds like a business, like a
that's it.
cool
Yeah,
business.
it's our Armenian name. So he really helped a lot with helping me understand the laws here in this state. My wife and I got our concealed permits shortly after moving to Utah, and we've been carrying ever since then. So we knew that you could carry in our schools, and we thought, what a great state. You know, the fact that if you have a concealed carry permit and you're allowed on school grounds, there you can carry. So we would carry when we were at our children's marching band events and wrestling and field trips and everything else. And I knew a lot of teachers that carried. However, my concern and the concern of many of the teachers have brought to me is the fact that if they have to use their firearm in a defensive manner in school, they know that the UEA will not have their back. The one union that is supposed to provide protection, yeah, it's a wholly owned political organization, and they don't care. You know, firearms is outside of the purview of what they care for, and they don't recognize that right. So we already have guns in schools. We have for a long time. It's proven to be a pretty amazing thing because we do not have gun-free zones in our schools, which means they are no longer targets for crazy people who want to do harm to our children and to innocents. So what I have done with HB 119, which everyone can go online and read it, and again, that's not what the final version is. We're still working on refining it. We want to get this right. It allows school employees to get tactical training. We're working on the hours, but likely a maximum of somewhere around 20 or 25 hours where they will get reimbursed for that tactical training, as well as providing a safe so that the teacher can keep, if they don't want to carry the firearm, they can keep it locked safely in the classroom, like a biometric lock. We'll reimburse them for that, as well as putting a sign, a clearly labeled sign on each of the doors of the school that says that this is not a gun-free zone, and the individuals will be met with armed resistance. Since that's already the case, we might as well put it on the door. So that's the basics of this. We want teachers to be tactically trained. Now, there's a lot of people saying, well, you don't want a bunch of people running around, you know, trying to find a shooter. Everyone will get confused. This is a defensive law. What we're looking at is if a teacher or a school employee knows that there's an active shooter, we want them to secure the room they're in. So that means the students in that classroom will be safe and protected.
That's an opening for someone to start up a training that is designed around teachers.
Yeah, and we already have a lot of tactical schools here. All they have to do is retool a little bit. They can design a small classroom area, and boom, they're taken care of. Yep,
and it's designed around teachers it'd be defensive behind doors training, where they go in, barricade the kids in a corner, and then they arm themselves between them and
they're following protocol already.
Yeah.
And they're protecting their classroom already and keeping kids out of harm's way. But there's a secondary protection, and that is if a gunman gets in the door, that shooter or that teacher can now defend the classroom. So it's an even fight.
Yeah. And we hear a lot of people who say, well, we have training in place where a teacher's supposed to throw a rock or throw some canned food at them. I've seen that in other states. I'm like, this is just throw a little piece of lead at them.
I thought it'd be an apple.
Yeah. Throw the lead.
Wouldn't it be an apple they'd throw at them? That's what
I want
should
this
be there.
To apply to not just teachers. I said school employees because a janitor certainly has the ability to secure a small area. You know, a school administrator, school counselor can certainly secure the office in which they work. A coach, it would be nice to have a coach be able to secure the gym in which they are. They do their job. I think the most important thing of this is we already have firearms in our schools. Our teachers, our administrators, parents vendors, anyone who can legally carry in our school. Why not provide the resources so that these individuals can be trained in a way that will assure their ability to protect? We're not changing any existing laws. You do not have to go through this training in order to carry on.
You
on
just
school
have to
grounds.
go through concealed weapons training.
Yeah, you have
And
to have
you
your
have to
concealed
be-
carry.
So are you going by time, or could there be like a monetary amount for qualified training, which that could then include your concealed carry permit class, and then also the permitting process.
So right now,
And then-
teachers and school administrators, I believe, do not have to pay for a permit because the Utah Shooting Sports Council does a free training every year.
Okay.
That's
We've
good.
already,
Teachers, do you hear that?
you can get free training. That's who Clark Aposhin and his group are. They reach out to Utah Shooting Sports Council. It's free for a teacher or administrator if you want a permit. Now you still have to pay for the actual permitting, but we're working on, and I'm not working on, I know others are working on a bill that says that if you are a teacher or administrator, you may not have to pay for your concealed carry permit as well. I'm just simply working on the training side of things.
You said the Utah Shooting
Sports Council.
Sports Council.
Yeah. They do Gun Talk Utah on Saturdays. Clark Aposhin is the big contact there.
That's awesome.
So
I love it. I love it. And I feel like a lot of parents would feel better knowing that if in fact there is a teacher who is armed, that teacher is not only armed, but they are taking these tactical training courses and they're constantly bettering themselves. They're
Mhm.
protecting the weapon at all times so children won't get to it. And they can also work within the sheriff's office, the local PD to know what the plan is in the event that this happens. And they still do what they're always going to do. But there's a second line of defense if that person gets through the door.
yeah. Now, there obviously are always going to be some concerns with this.
Yeah.
Right now, concealed carry permit, that's not a public record. I want this training to count as some of the, I believe, 200 hours that they're supposed to get a year. I want this to count as some of that training. But the one thing we need to do as we're scoping this is to make sure that it becomes a pretty serious crime if you let that list out. So we will make sure that local law enforcement knows who has this training.
That's brilliant.
But we don't want the public to know, and we don't want administrators to be punitive.
California leaked it about 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it was leaked hard. And it was a scary moment because it leaked who had carry permits. And there in California, it's like freedom permits. I don't know what they call it. And also their address.
Wow.
You doxed them.
And that was leaked
Wow.
like 8 years ago. And it was heavy.
Wow.
And this is called the Shooting Sports Council.
Utah Shooting Sports Council, I believe that's what they call themselves.
I just want to make sure that
I always get the words
The
mixed
only-
we can help people. If they heard something on the show, then I can direct them someplace. And how would I spell this gentleman's name that you said?
Clark Aposhin. I
Yes.
can't remember how to spell potion.
We could
It
Facebook
just sounds
it.
like a band name.
The
to
only
me.
thing that I
If
could
you
be
look up Utah Shooting Sports Council, his name's on there as part of the group.
I only see one concern with this myself, if I was
Okay.
to lay this out. My concern is that when the police do respond, I think this is easily mitigated, but I think you need to have prior training with all police officers on active shooters in every school. And those police officers in that county, in that city, and whatever, and those teachers
Mhm.
come up with and recognize the plan on how they're going to identify each other.
There is my bill works in conjunction with a bill being worked on by Representative Wilcox. So he has
Thank you,
Okay.
Dwayne.
I can't speak too much to what he does, but in his bill, I'd like him to speak to it. But that there will be an effective communication.
Good.
There'll
And
be a
that's-
single point of
That's
contact.
whether it's single point of contact,
And
whether
that's
it's
what he's working on is a
there's a
single
deal
point of
made
contact. Yeah.
that the teachers have a certain high vis vest or they
So-
put on a hat, whatever.
Effectively, when someone comes into a school in these active shooter situations, you have a lot of police that have to kind of get together, figure out what's going on, and then go in.
Yeah,
His bill
they
addresses.
don't even stop and figure out
Yeah,
anymore. They
yeah.
assault.
Yeah.
You don't
So-
stop.
what he will do is create a single point of contact with all of the information. So when officers arrive, they know exactly what's going on.
Good. I think I don't.
And that's how mine coordinates with him in that.
Good.
Assuming his bill and my bill both pass, that list, that group of teachers will be known to that single point of contact, and that will allow that information to be disseminated immediately.
Yeah, I would say big pink hats or however you do it, but make it so that the police come around a corner
And that's a good point.
visibly identified.
Yeah.
The teacher retracts back into the room, locks
And
the door.
completely secret.
And
Like
it-
it's a meeting
And
you
that's
have.
why you don't announce it on a show. That's why the police and the teachers figure that out.
Yeah.
It's not a
And
legislative thing.
this is where it's important that we do something like this with this kind of training, because right now, I know, at least in Tooele, I know a lot of teachers that do carry.
Mhm.
And right now, if we have an active shooter situation and police show up and we've got armed teachers, there is no method for addressing this.
Yeah.
And we don't know the level of training people have.
Yeah.
And we don't know what kind of advice or tactical training and teaching they've been given. We just know we know nothing.
Mhm.
And that is a scary situation.
Yeah.
As much as, people knowing that our schools are not gun-free zones does prevent people from coming in. We do run into that issue of, yes, but how much tactical training do they have? And
It's
how
absolute.
confident are they? So we need to make sure we go to that next level. And again, you can still carry in a school without this training. It doesn't change anything in existing law. It just adds an extra level of training. And it also indemnifies those who've gone through this training if they have to use a firearm in a tactical situation and a defensive situation. They don't have to worry about a lawyer before they pull that trigger. The last thing I want is a teacher who has to defend one of our kids more worried about what some lawyer's going to do down the road than defending our kids in that moment.
So will
On
the
that
will the
note-
state provide some kind of legal
Yeah,
protection?
there
Or
is-
just a reimbursement
it-
for someone to own a policy, a small policy
Yeah.
that protects them in the event of a shooting.
They have some indemnification right now. There's some protection, but we want to make sure it's clearly spelled out. That's what we ran into an issue is we've had some people look into this and they're like, well, we think, and it appears as if, but there's no definitive, yes, they are covered.
You're
in this
you're essentially writing this idea for the very first time.
Yeah, and there's where I'm saying what's happening is a lot of people are reading up online about this, that, and the other thing. And like I said, what we have out there still isn't final.
KSL's scared of it. I
Yeah.
read KSL's, and you could tell that guy was a blubbering mess. Like,
Well, yeah,
he
I
had
don't.
he
There's a
was-
lot of no comments out there for a lot of media sources because they're going to read it, they're going to freak out, and then they also, for some reason, people don't understand the bill writing process. It takes several iterations typically.
Oh, I'm sure.
And this one,
And
But this one's a good one. And
Yeah.
not to mention, I mean, all you're doing is you're protecting the kids
Mhm.
and you're protecting the teachers to empower them to protect the kids.
Yeah. And this isn't, but some people have this interpretation that I'm making teachers go through tactical training.
Yeah.
This is all voluntary.
Yeah.
right?
We may start this out as a grant project and put $5 or $10 million in a pot, whatever we can get. And it's a first come, first serve. We get those teachers training. And hopefully then we can start saying, hey, there's a lot of interest in this, and we can turn it from a grant-based program into an ongoing funded project. You know,
I mean, even if the state just covered their monthly bill for US or SCCA or whichever one of those self-protection organizations, that's still
it's more than what they
cheaper
have right
than
now.
losing a child in school.
Yes, exactly.
And I would like to add that, school boards or school, what are they called? They're basically unions. They're the last
UEA?
people
Yeah, the
that are
UEA.
probably going to protect a teacher. They're going to be like, we don't want this in school. But
Mhm.
if there is a way to do it, because when they get their permit, they've already sat through a class, they understand the wins, the nots, the hows. Usually their mental health is kind of gauged during that class. If there was any red flags that,
Yeah.
hopefully someone would say, say
once
something.
if you've been involuntarily, what's the word?
Locked up for being loony.
Yeah, then you're already on the list. And
Well, yeah, you can't.
You
If
become
you've
a
had any of those
prohibited.
issues, you've got to figure out. You've got to get that adjudicated away before you can even purchase a firearm.
exactly,
You know, and,
you're already a prohibited possessor at that point. So
and even then, just think. There was that school in Florida where it was the gym teacher protected his kids.
Mhm.
Imagine if he'd have been armed.
Mhm.
There was, and you know,
That's the sad thing is a lot of times when you hear about these events that happen in schools, you always hear about the hero teacher or the hero student who gave their lives to protect other students. Well, that's stupid. They shouldn't have to give their
I
lives.
wanna
They
see
should
that-
take someone's life to protect the
yeah, I
kids.
want to see that teacher doing an interview afterwards.
Yeah. If
You know?
someone is willing to go to that length to protect the kids that they love, their students, why
Yep.
not give them the tools and the ability to actually do something?
And let
So
them
that they
come out
can
of
go
the
home.
woodwork to their principal and say, I am one of your teachers that carry.
Mhm.
Here, now you know.
We may not have to
but
tell the principal.
I
That's
am-
why Representative Wilcox's bill is so important.
Well,
we
I'm
can
just saying,
circumvent the administration completely on this.
but
Well,
I'm just saying that the principal, I am an ally in the event that this happens. If you alert my classroom, just like you're doing all these others, just know that I'm going to be somebody who is watching my kids
Yeah.
with a firearm.
Yeah.
Imagine if a principal could actually defend his building. He knows his teachers, he knows which ones, and he can say, all right, you guys push out. How's this hallway? Hallway secure. And then that whole hallway, all those classrooms are secure.
Mhm.
And then he can move them out and defend the building.
There's a lot of areas to go with this. I think right now, a lot of what I'm trying to model this after is what Sheriff Smith has done in Utah County,
Mhm.
because he does tactical training for teachers already. And it's a heavy burden for the county to put on because they have to have the personnel there, and the teachers have to, they think it's a 24-hour program for them over several weeks. They come in on their own time, on their own dime, spend their own money. The sheriff department's paying for ammunition and its personnel to do this training. It's costing a lot, but it's been a great program for the people of Utah County because they have trained professionals coordinating with teachers to
Mm.
protect their kids. Why not give more people this opportunity?
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's the way it should. I think empowering people to defend themselves and giving them that structure, I think that's the ultimate way to deal with it.
And on that note, we have to reiterate, schools are not gun-free zones.
Not in the state of
not in the
Utah.
state of Utah. Like I said, my wife and
Yeah.
I, 2008, when we moved here, we got our permits, we got guns, and we've been carrying in our kids'
And we're
schools
the
ever
only
since then.
state, if I remember.
Other states, what they have done, like to kind of get around this, I believe, to some degree, they say it's not illegal if the administration allows it.
Yeah.
And what the thing is, you're never going to find a principal or the president of a university that says you can have guns here. So effectively, they've done nothing.
The state of Utah, if it's a public school,
If they receive public funding, they must
And
allow
if-
concealed carry.
Because it
if
is your
you are-
constitutional right.
and you have to have a concealed carry permit. So all you guys who do the constitutional carry, don't do it. You can get in trouble.
Mhm.
Get your concealed carry permit, and I'm a foster of that anyway.
and
I
get
know
your
we
training.
have constitutional carry. Get your concealed carry permit, because also, if we ever lose our great legislators here in Tooele County, and we end up with some less than great legislators, and they want to go look at that, maybe doing away with firearms ownership or restricting it a little bit within the state, a big old stack of concealed carry permit holders that they have to say, oh, I've got to wade through all these people to take this right.
And what kind of, are you getting pushback from any of your colleagues on this?
I haven't yet, but I also, it's just become public. So
Oh, so that starts starts next
Jared
week.
was drooling over this bill.
Yeah, I saw it.
No.
I thought
He
this
could
was
not wait.
the greatest thing ever.
So I have another one that'll come out soon that I've taken some laws from Washington, Arizona, and a few others. I'm working with another fella on this one who's I've had some issues with the way those who do have to use their firearms defensively in this state and those who carry sometimes have a presumption of guilt, as well as how easy it is to have someone say that you're brandishing a firearm. And this particular firearms lawyer said, you know what, we should work on this together. So the basic outline of this, by looking at other states, is if you're moving or transferring a firearm, let's say you go to school grounds
Mhm.
and you grab the gun out of your car and you stick it in your
or
holster.
your teacher and you pull it out of the
Yeah.
safe,
Yeah, you're not brandishing firearms. So we're redefining and
That's
cleaning up the
right.
definitions of brandishing.
Because some people have been arrested for brandishing just by moving the thing from
Yeah.
one box into a holster.
So we're redefining that. We're also redefining what the state is responsibility is. So let's say you're in Salt Lake County, let's just use that as an example, and you have
it's
to use
just a hypothetical.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
a
need to go.
hypothetical, and you have to use your firearm in a defensive way. And let's say you have a prosecuting attorney that may not necessarily agree with the use of firearms.
It would
and-
never happen in Salt Lake County.
No. And they decide to come after you and try and prosecute you. If you win your case, they owe you the entire cost of that. They owe you all the lawyer's fees.
Easy,
Because
Tim.
you were practicing your Second
This
Amendment
is a
right.
family-friendly show. We don't need to go into stuff that.
David
is a-
Weiss has joined the comments. He said we should have tax breaks for people who open carry and citizens willing to
for people
respond.
who open carry.
Citizens willing to respond is not different than volunteer firefighters, especially if they've had training that they can send to the state for reimbursement. The state gets an idea that, wow, this person is really well trained. If they have engagement with their local PD, and when they do those run-ins, they do those practice in shooters, things that they do with teachers and kids, all of this becomes, we know this teacher's here, this teacher, we know we've got 6 that have applied for that reimbursement, which tells me they've been to this class, they know all about this, and cops can go in and know exactly who they can count on. And parents can know that it's not some willy-nilly, hey, I just decided to carry a gun today. I don't know how to load it. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I just went over and bought a gun at Cal and I'm just here.
Yeah.
Right. We want
They had a
people
sale.
who take every precaution. So getting your concealed weapons should take hours. And then, you get background checks. So we can see, the state can see that you haven't been in trouble with the law and that you're not crazy. And then there's so many different options for you to train. And especially if the local PDs trained these teachers while they're doing these drills and in the schools that they're in, and it just becomes more eyes in the building. It also becomes more safety for our kids.
It also becomes one heck of a deterrent.
Yeah.
How is it if the police get called just to be the go-between for the coroner?
Yeah.
The police call and say, yeah, we'll go down there and yep.
And
Come
then
on in.
David,
Well, here's the thing. I want to
I
speak
just
real
want to
quick to
finish this
Dave.
comment because he says we worry too much about accident rather than the benefits.
I just want to say I'm not
Yeah.
a fan of open carry for the specific reason is you become the initial target
Mm-hmm.
and then nobody's defended.
Mm-hmm.
And kids might want to grab at it.
But you can get around that with level 3 holsters and
I
things
think
like
it's
that.
better to not
But
know.
the problem with open carry is the bad guy comes in, you're down first, you've given him a second firearm,
Mm-hmm.
and the kids are now unsafe. I like concealed carry so that he comes in, he moves past. I want the littlest, oldest, closest to retirement teacher to be carrying a 357. And I want that 357 to be loaded hollow point, ball, and snake shot in that order around those 6 cylinders, because I want that guy to recognize each time he gets impacted with that sledgehammer.
So a couple comments on this note.
I see the one about last night when I was driving home from one of my million meetings. We do have doctors obviously at this point asking still if you have firearms in your home as a first question.
I've been asked that.
I have not, and thank goodness I think I found the right doctor because they
Yeah.
haven't
Good.
asked me that.
I changed doctors too after.
That is something that I don't know if anyone's addressing it this session or not. I know there's been discussion in the past saying, look, it's not relevant to your health. If they ask you a question about mental health and then they ask you if you've ever been involuntarily put in a a mental institution.
Yeah, it's fitted for a long sleeve jacket.
Yeah, then you can go down the route of asking, because then you're asking several in-depth questions about someone's relevant mental health and their legal status.
Well, I could
but
see,
even then, it's not a doctor's job. That's a psychologist or
if
a
I
law
went
enforcement.
into a doctor to have him check my blood pressure and that, why is he asking that? If I'm in there saying, look, doc, I need to be put on some make me happy pills. Maybe then that can be an introduction to
A part of the
Okay.
discussion.
is there safety? Is your environment safe for your headspace?
Yes.
And that depends on where I take them in that. If I'm just feeling depressed, I don't think that's where it should be asked. But if I'm like telling them, look, I've got some ideation problems,
Mhm.
then you go down that conversation route.
I'm going to take you on a different route because the doctor who asked me was my child's pediatrician.
Oh my goodness.
Now, listen, I get it, but I was offended that she asked me, and I said, I'm not required to answer that. She said, you're not, but I just want to bring awareness that if you have guns in your home with teenagers, that you have them locked away and that you're comfortable that they won't get in the hands of your
my
teenagers, because depression in teenagers has skyrocketed. Suicide
Mhm.
rates have skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Rocketed. And she just says, I like to ask parents because it makes them fully aware that could happen. Whereas most parents don't think about it, especially when the child's been raced around a weapon. It's not a toy. They know that. But then you get a teenager who is in depression, and that might be an outlet, they think. And so she just said, just make sure you know where they are and they're locked up. That's all I'm asking, because going into puberty, kids struggle. And if there's bullying at school, if there's something happening at school, you just want to make sure your child doesn't have access to a firearm without you knowing about it.
That is true. And, I think I'm a holistic gun owner. I think owning guns is about housing them correctly, using them correctly, seeking training. I'm a hippie gun owner. Holistic training, holistic gun living.
Dave, did you lose audio? Use your question.
I don't know.
Anybody else have no audio?
Let me check here real quick. I don't know.
I'll ask here.
No, we still got audio.
Check. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can
All
you
right,
hear me?
Dwayne. Yep, we can hear you.
Cool. Audio good here. I know we've had
Okay.
a few problems. We've had a couple.
All right. Audio's good. We got Dwayne the master on. But anyhow, but no, I like that. So I did have someone message me with a whole laundry list of bills they wanted me to ask you about.
We'll see what I know.
I don't know
They've only come public, so I
Where
haven't
they
had
all-
much chance. I've been
where
mostly,
they all went. And it's someone you've talked to before.
Okay. I usually just spend my time fighting with the USBE and trying to get gun laws passed. That seems to be all I do. Oh, well, I guess I
Are
work
we-
a lot in the environmental world,
Yeah,
I
that's
guess.
where I wanted to move next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hippie world where I live.
Well,
Hey, man.
so one thing that I've really taken from a meeting that you did with, I believe, our central committee, was you were describing the regulations from the EPA.
Oh, we're
And-
talking about ozone?
Yeah, and everything that it takes.
Mhm.
And you made a really interesting point about if you did meet those standards, what would Utah look like?
Well, we wouldn't be driving automobiles.
No automobiles, not even one.
We likely at this point, in order to reach it. So what we're talking about here is the precursor compounds that lead to ozone. Ozone isn't just naturally formed in factories and equipment. It takes several compounds to mix in the air with sunlight in order to create ozone. The ozone regulations in the early 2000s were 80 parts per billion. Then they dropped them to 75. Now they're 70. And there's a lot of talk about dropping it down to 65 parts per billion. So we did a big study, the state did, and based on the modeling and what we have done, we've determined that, so we hit typically around, I think, 76, 77 parts per billion on our bad days. And those bad days are what our average. Take 3 years, highest levels over a 3-year period. That becomes what you have to hit in order to become compliant with an national ambient air quality standards. So we're hitting around, mid 70s, upper 70s, typically on these bad days. We as a state, when we look at all of the emissions and the precursor compounds that come into the state, we only, as a regulatory body, our Division of Air Quality can only regulate about 15% of those precursor compounds. That means the rest comes from things that are federally controlled, like trucking, planes, trains. We have natural sources that come off of the lakes, off of natural phenomena like forest fires is a huge component to those precursor compounds. We have emissions coming in from other states that land here, California being a huge contributor, to some degree Nevada and
We
some of
have
our
an
fellow states.
inversion that naturally
This is what traps that in. So these compounds are blowing across, and they're coming from our manufacturing. They're coming from foreign countries as well as different states. And as that air moves across, when we have an inversion, it gets trapped in here. And in those compounds, do the little thing with the sunlight, and we get high ozone layer levels. So the state controls 15% of that 76, 77 parts per billion. So if we get rid of our 15%, we can come barely within compliance of that 70 parts per billion. So we're just barely under. What can we control? Well, that's our manufacturing, that's our automobiles, and that's home resources. So when you're firing up your natural gas stove, when you're turning on your lawnmower,
or even your furnace.
Yep, exactly. So there has been a move among some groups.
If we got down that low, if someone in West Valley farted, we would have to fill out a compliance report.
Well, yeah, and that's where we start running into this issue that we're looking at. We can comply if we make cuts that would drive all our industries out, and we wouldn't be driving our cars anymore, right? But then we're in compliance until they drop that level from 70 to 65, which there's serious discussion. They've always dropped it in the past.
Then we need to start culling the herd.
At that point, we need people to leave the valley. Like, not some, all people to leave the valley.
In this modern world they're building, would you think like for caveman attire, do you think like a cheetah print, or maybe bigger spots like a giraffe print?
We would literally have to have no citizen in this state to meet their regulations.
If it drops down to 65, we're looking at that kind of level of and it would be fine if people were here. We just couldn't have any fires to heat our,
So
caveman. So
to meet this,
we wouldn't be cavemen, because cavemen could at least start a fire. We couldn't even start a fire.
That is
so
true.
the standard
We have
set
to
out by the
uninvent the wheel.
EPA,
But
the standard is so high. We're not even able to.
Low
to
is
meet
actually
it.
the right word.
It's so low.
Yeah.
We couldn't possibly meet it without turning ourselves into the days of the pioneers.
Yeah.
And
No.
hopefully not lighting a fire.
Our air quality here is about as good as it was in the 1880s and 1890s. And ever since then, it got worse. We spiked in the 1960s.
They had forest fires then.
Yeah.
Remember when China went on fire, 4 years ago?
Mhm.
And it was nothing but cloudy here.
Mhm.
It was Mongolia was on fire
Mhm.
because these mountains trap it.
Yeah. So what we have done, and this is where what we need is a state to stand up, and we are, thank goodness. Speaker Schultz is aware of the situation, and so is Senate leadership, and I have spent some time discussing it with them, and we've also discussed it with our DAC, our Division of Air Quality. We know we can't comply. The fact is, we all hear about how awful California is as far as regulatory states. California doesn't meet the national ambient air quality standards. So what you do when you can't comply is you tell the federal government, look, we can't comply, but we're going to make a good faith effort. We're trying. And that's what California has been doing for the last 50 years is we can't meet it, but we're trying. And so some of the proposals out there now that they're looking at is getting rid of 2-stroke motors and your small personal gas equipment. So you're looking at, well, obviously no more motorcycles or anything that's a 4-stroke or 2-stroke, but you may also have to get rid of your gas lawn mowers. There's also groups that are trying to encourage at this point new building in the Salt Lake County, new buildings, new apartments to go all electric so that they're using electricity. Now, we all know that when you use electricity and your source of electricity is 100 miles away, you get a massive amount of inefficiencies over those transmittal lines. So you're going to be using more natural gas to create that electricity. It's just going to be someone else's problem and not Salt Lake Valley's. We'll make it Delta's problem. We'll make it Vernal's problem, but it won't be Salt Lake's problem anymore.
So my question is, the EPA knows it's impossible to reach that level.
So my understanding, there's about 30 states that, and I could be wrong, but I think it's about 30 states that do not meet the NAAQS, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So what the EPA is looking for is states to start saying, okay, what are you going to do to show a good faith effort? Changing your fuel mixtures. One thing they're looking at heavily here in this state is putting more, for lack of a better word, catalytic converters, scrubbers on your on our oil refineries, meaning your fuel is going to get really expensive, as well as changing the formulation of those fuels so that you get a more complete combustion, which means you've got to really refine down the chemical makeup of your fuel. That's why fuel in California costs $6, $7 a gallon.
So when the EPA moves through and destroys the United States, what are they going to govern over then? When we're Somalia,
the cavemen.
and we're like in the midst of civil war, is the EPA going to be going out there? Come on.
Well, and that's the issue we run into is I get tired of this discussion because what the environmental movement is, and I mean, this is the world I live in. The environmental movement seems to have the attitude that America is bad. And what we need to do is
humans are bad.
Yeah, humans are bad. So what their solutions are is always to take, how would you say this? The biggest problem a lot of the progressive world has is with colonialism. They see the Western world as colonizing the rest of the world, right?
Yeah.
And the environmental movement is the world's biggest and, in my opinion, most evil form of colonization. What Western Europe and the United States and Canada has done with the environmental movement has turned China, Indonesia, Malaysia, India into countries that are filthy. Their water and their soils have been absolutely ruined. Their farmlands have been raped.
China builds a coal plant. What is it? Every 3 days they build a new coal plant.
Yes. And what they've also done is watch China and the rest of the world enslave people. Africa,
Kids.
the Middle East, Asia, there is slavery. So every time you buy an electric car, you're looking at slavery somewhere in the world and colonization.
Right. In the name of virtue, signaling that you're doing something for the planet. And what's bothering me.
So I have clean air, and there's kids in Africa that are slaves and they're mining in absolutely horrible situations.
And they're dying.
And then the Chinese are poisoning their water in order to build
progressivism
for here. So that we have slightly cleaner air.
And it's not like America wants to go, okay, everyone's going to be electric and here to help.
Yeah.
We're going to mine America.
Yeah.
Oh, not in my backyard.
Yeah,
it's okay
NIMBYism.
to send it to China.
I want the slavery
Africa.
and I want the environmental degradation somewhere else. We can do it here. The United States actually can manufacture cheaper than other countries, but our regulatory framework is just difficult to work around.
It keeps a foot on the throat of any small business or manufacturer or facility.
Progressivism is just the Dutch rudder. It's all about virtue signaling. You're not doing anything. It's not about doing good. It's about saying how good you're doing.
It's a virtue. That's the number one reason people bought Priuses is because what it said about them. The environmental movement is a watermelon. It's green on the outside and red through the center.
Yep.
Because the solution is exactly the same solution that Mussolini proposed, that Hitler proposed, that Stalin proposed, that Mao proposed, that Pol Pot proposed. It's always the same solution. And that's the thing what we ultimately are fighting with as a country is every time we try and do anything that moves within the realm of freedom, they'll come up with a different kind of rule, a different kind of regulation, a different problem. But the solution to all of those is always the same thing. We need the government to run everything.
Yep, and money can fix it.
Yeah.
We're in a Maoist revolution right now in the United States. This is, the college kids are kooky and blue-haired and retarded. We are in a Maoist revolution. We're in it. Freedom is one of the 4 olds that they're trying to get rid of.
But people have been worshiping at the altar of climate change. It's become their religion.
It comes out of the colleges.
And yet
Why do you think the
spewing
FBI is
information
lost?
out of both sides of their face. Yes, I want an electric car. Yes, I want it. I want all cars electric. Well, okay, that's great. Where are you getting the electricity? How are you getting the minerals to build that battery? What do you do when the battery is dead and you have to replace it? And where are you going to store all of these batteries because they're toxic? And what child is mining that battery for you? So while you're telling me, who has a big truck and I use, gas. You're telling me that I'm terrible, but the product I'm using, they've tried to make it cleaner burning. They're trying everything they can to make it.
They're not trying. They're
They're
succeeding.
doing.
It's American made as well. It employs Americans.
Yes.
And but when I say employing Americans, that doesn't sound like some kind of jingoism. What I'm saying is not only are you contributing to our local economy, but you're contributing to an organization that does things in a very safe way.
Absolutely.
I worked in oil refineries and pipelines, and the employees are taken care of. They're incredibly safe. You're preserving and protecting life when you do it here.
Absolutely.
You know,
and
and
most
that's
everything is made by oil and gas. Every product you can even imagine has something to do with
Yeah.
oil and gas.
There's
So
no.
this thought that they can eliminate it by 2050 is asinine.
Yeah.
And all it does, and they think money, your money, is going to make America cleaner. Well, that isn't true. Money's not going to fix this. And especially when you've got all these other countries and nations who are in child slave labor. They're not competitive in the minerals, and they're digging themselves and they're selling them to us. And we're just sit back and go, oh, look how
It's a
great
fine
I
example
am.
of us
Well,
raping the world.
We have
Yeah.
0 suicide nets on any of our factories. I'll just point that out. Another thing is, no, they're not saying, okay, you've got the political class that is saying money, give it to us, it'll help us fix it. Like Al Gore. Al Gore doesn't believe for a second in global climate change. Al Gore is just trying to get paid.
Well, and he has
he's
been.
getting paid a lot.
That-
That's
paid big
all
time.
he's trying to do.
He's getting paid a lot.
That is all Al Gore is doing.
This is
He
something,
doesn't care. So it's not about that. But then you've got the midwits, the people who go to college because that's what you're supposed to do. And while you're there, you're supposed to experiment with hair colors and different drugs. And then you come out with the Maoist propaganda. They read the little red book to you and you bought into it because this professor knows what they're doing. And half of them are going to college just because they want to be a professor, which, you know, just sounds like a Mexican jerk off right there.
That's
you
a
know,
pyramid scheme.
It's
Yeah,
just, oh, I'm
pyramid
going to go to
scheme's probably
college to be a
more
professor to provocate this, to be more professors. We don't produce anything legitimate for the economy.
they're producing activists.
Our colleges quit producing for our economy in the 80s.
Mhm.
Let's just call it what it is. Sad to say, you got, you know, certain groups, but most of it is all just fluff that just circle jerks itself. But it's about money, and they're just trying. Al Gore is making sure that he fills his coffers as full as he can get them before this country collapses.
What I'd like to say, though, again, and I mentioned this, what an asset to have someone who looks at facts and data with an engineer mind and someone in the house that could be, I mean, you could be consulting up there on so many bills because we've never had the unicorn that we have in you to shed light. And when you have meetings about these issues, the one thing I leave feeling with is a hope. I feel hope. One, because you can admit that we have pollution around the world, but we still don't know how much pollution is being produced out of the United States. I think there's a study that people are trying to get that so we can at least hone in on what we're doing. And then you also have thoughts of how to fix it. And what you're being told, you're getting regulation, and you're in a position to maybe deregulate on some of these clean coal burning.
That's where I'm really grateful for. Right now we have a great speaker. He has expressed to us as a body that the biggest push we're going to have right now is reinstituting federalism and reminding. So the big problem we have with some of our agencies, and it's not
and
the
who's the
agency's fault.
speaker?
Mike Schultz, Representative Schultz. So we have regulatory agencies that we created that their job is to take EPA or OSHA or other regulations that are propagated at the federal level and then implement them at the state. What we are going to go down more of the route is if we find a rule or a law that we feel is unconstitutional, and we got to start small, you can't just say everything and then throw it all out because we couldn't handle that crud storm. But the idea
plus
is,
you need to do everything based on merit and responsibility.
But what we're going to be doing over the next year or two with our regulatory bodies is walking down the route of saying we're going to pass some laws and some regulations here at the state level. And if they conflict with the federal level, you're going to go and do what the state says. and we're going to let the federal government come in and try and sue us. And we're going to see if they actually do cut highway funds. We're going to see if they do actually cut these funding, because they always threaten you. We're going to cut highway funds. We're going to cut Medicare, Medicaid funds. We're going to cut these funds. Let's find out if they do.
And let's find out if we can survive without it.
We also have a group that's working on that. We know it's probably a 5 or a 10-year project, but we are legitimately have an organization of representatives now who are looking at how to structure the state government to run 100% independent of the federal government. Our biggest problem is Medicare, Medicaid. That's 40% of our budget right now.
What would it look like if say 10 states followed this map and they said, okay, we'll come up with a Medicare, Medicaid that these 10 states deal with. We'll figure it out. We'll write laws so that our subjects don't have to send money off that federally, and then we'll defend them in court over not doing it. And then these 10 states start up a new thing.
Do we know who this Facebook user is? Because I'm not seeing him in the comments.
Oh, the last one, that is the good Mr. Swain. The one before that is Chad.
Oh, yeah.
No, these ones aren't showing up in the comments.
Yeah, they're right here. Oh, and then Fred says, oh yeah, independence of the feds.
So it's a long-term goal. Obviously, it took 150 years since the foundation of the states, the original Latter-day Saints that came here, and the federal government's been encroaching ever since then. So backing out of that is going to take a while, but it is a long-term goal of the House and of the Senate.
And you feel like you've got support on both sides, or is this mainly a Republican goal?
It's probably going to be more of a partisan issue. We'll just put it that way. But it's nice that we actually are having the legitimate conversations, and we are putting together groups of representatives and senators who are working these areas. It's not just a group of a couple of us getting together and saying, hey, let's see if we can do this. No, it's the leadership saying, I want you guys to work on this, and I want you guys to work on this, and I want this group working over here.
I find it interesting that you could sit down with a number of Democrats who have something in their mind already, just like a lot of people have things in their mind. Yeah. But you have the experience, the knowledge, you know what the data says, you know what the potential could be, and perhaps just sitting down with you and just learning may get them to think a little bit clearly. I know that John Curtis went to that summit and he got a lot of people to change their mind and kind of join his side when he was saying, look, you guys, we all want clean air and water, but we have to do this smart. And oil isn't everything. And if you end that, you're particularly ending anything you have in your home at this moment.
Yeah, there's not really, the only way to really go off of oil is to go back to, we really didn't start using oil for a lot of products until the mid 1800s. So if we go back 1820s, 1830s, that's probably where we're going to be if we get rid of oil.
A little bit of steam action. Yeah. I'll bet we could.
How do we destroy the products that have them in it now?
It's fine as long as you don't like modern medicine.
Or cell phones. Or the glasses on your face.
Or doctors and doctors' supplies.
Yes.
So about half of what comes out of a barrel of oil goes into energy. The rest goes into everything. So
I would argue it's probably less than half goes into energy now.
It depends. Yeah.
We've modernized our fleets. Yeah. I'll bet we're down about probably 46%.
When those oil tycoons were coming in and taking over the world, and it was all evil, and in the late 1800s, early 1900s, at that point we really hadn't moved to internal combustion engines. So the light end compounds, your higher end, your short chain compounds that make gasoline, jet fuel, even to some degree diesel, those were all either burned or thrown into a ditch.
They were garbage
down there because it was garbage. The short chain hydrocarbons, your light ends, your high end stuff, your light ends, that was all crap. They wanted the long chain hydrocarbons. That's what the petrochemical world lives on. So when you get crude oil, you've got a bunch of different length carbon chains. Effectively, longer carbon chains are what are used to make your medicine, your food, and the petrochemical industry, the thing that drives the world out of the 1800s into the 1900s. It wasn't until cars started getting used heavily in the 20s and 30s when they said, hey, we can actually do something with all the stuff that we're throwing down the ditch. Now, obviously, I've been responsible or been a part of cleaning up some of those ditches where they used to just pour the gasoline and the diesel fuel because they had nothing to do with it. But we need to understand that even if we switch 100% to natural gas or to electric transportation, we're going to have to still pull a huge amount of crude out of the ground because that supplies everything else in our life.
Everything. Well,
And what you're
here's
going to end up with is a very expensive product because now you're going to have to take those short chain hydrocarbons and combine them, much like they do with natural gas to make synthetic oils. You're going to have to take those and start actually going through a lot of chemistry to make them into something that's usable in the petrochemical world. We'll actually be going backwards because everything that we buy petrochemically is going to be more expensive because they'll have nothing to do with the gas and diesel range compounds.
Well, I want to talk full circle. So prior to kerosene, essentially, the whales were going extinct.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And so Rockefeller gets kerosene, pushes it out everywhere, saves the whales, right? And then some, Nordic and Japanese people hunt whales, and Greenpeace goes out there in boats and sprays them with water and all this stuff. But the new racket comes up, and Greenpeace changes to where they want to put windmills out there in the water.
Oh, that's
killing the whales. And so Greenpeace is now going to make the whales, which Rockefeller worked so hard to keep on this earth, they're going to make them extinct. And for all of us in the I Hate Whale Club, it's a big win for humanity. Down with the whales. Just want to throw that out there.
nice.
So I saw this video during a football game, and I thought it was great. And I'm going to put it up.
I like that kid comment about our kids working as exchange students.
Yeah, well,
lines.
I like how he said, chimney sweeping children. Once kids slide up their first chimney, they will become Republicans.
We should teach our children on the exchange program with lithium miners for a week.
Oh, good. The ones in Africa where you see them,
The pulling
They're
cobalt
just-
out of the ground.
they're wearing like a T-shirt that was for the 1986 Super Bowl, and they've been wearing that one since '86. And they're in there with the pan, digging in the dirt. Yeah.
Can you play a video I just shared to the page? It'll be quick. Where is it?
So I don't know if you want to, that's the things I'm working on. I'm actually not working
like
on
it.
anything in the environmental world. I'm just mostly helping the caucus with stewardship. So education tends to be where I keep going. But
There it is.
and the firearms laws.
It's a
Oh, wow.
video.
Okay. So let's get this spooled up.
And let us know if you don't hear it at home. I'll play it for the microphone if it doesn't come through, but
If it opens.
it should come through. Should take you to like a YouTube, I believe.
This is good listening, folks. I'm glad everyone.
So what you're listening to right now is us waiting for a YouTube to load. That's riveting. I'm glad you've joined us today to listen to
Riveting.
this.
Yes.
And actually, Tim, you said you weren't working on many other bills, but these are pretty big
Well,
bills.
I'm working on some redefinitions in sex ed as well as
Okay, go on. Tell us some more.
so right now in code when you're teaching sex ed, there's things that you're supposed to cover, and those things you're supposed to cover or may contraception, AIDS, HIV, STDs, pregnancy, biology. Well, there's a phrase in there that says human sexuality. And right now, the issue always becomes when you're filling out that form for sex ed is the question always becomes, what is human sexuality? And why are teachers teaching human sexuality? So I sat down with the USBE and their legal counsel, and I said, what is human sexuality? And they said, well, it's, biology, pregnancy, contraception. They ran down the list of things that can be taught in sex ed. And then I said, well, then why is the word itself within its own definition? So they agreed that was kind of confusing. I said, let's just get rid of the word. And they said, okay. So from now on, when you're filling out your sex ed forms, or at least starting next year, there will no longer be a generic definition of your kids can learn human sexuality. I think that does two things. One, it keeps the confusion down for parents. That way they don't have to worry about what is human sexuality. Well, we're just not going to have human sexuality. As well as there's always that gray area that's created when a teacher or an educator says human sexuality, it kind of doesn't mean anything. and it allows them to open up that sex ed discussion into anything. So we wanted to tamp that down. Another one I'm going to run that'll come out, and it hasn't come out yet, but I'm going to receive a ton of flack for it, but I'll just throw it out there. And I'm working on with a few really involved parents and political, or I guess parent activists. There is a certain level of protection right now for teachers when they're doing the sex ed training, or when they're talking anything biology, when they're doing any kind of teaching effectively or instruction, that if they show material that is, how would you say it? We would define as pornography, but it's educational, then they're protected. I'm removing that protection, because if you and I showed porn to a kid,
We're committing a crime.
yeah.
Yes.
So I'm saying, if an educator is showing material, or a librarian, anyone who's showing material in an educational environment, if they show them material or expose them to material that's defined as pornography, that protection is no longer there.
Yeah.
So I expect
That's
fully
fantastic.
for the teachers
again,
to not be union to come
logical.
after me but yep,
Oh,
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry. I got to get this.
that's not quiet.
Not
No.
at all.
So
Okay.
we got to get it so that they can see it on here.
I'm getting that set up right now.
I felt great to finally see a commercial where oil and gas industry kind of defended themselves
Fight
because
back?
they've been really quiet.
Well, so what's happened with the oil and gas world is they've gone down the route. If we capitulate and move along with this, and I saw this because I worked for oil and gas companies prior to where I work now, and a lot of them, you've got people in the environmental world, my world, who are coming out of college, and they have a very different mindset than some of us who've been around for a while. Especially, if you can hire a geologist, you're in a better place than if you hire an environmental engineer, environmental scientist, or technician. They're fully integrated into the new thought system. So if you're a large company and you've got a huge environmental burden, you're going to end up hiring a lot of people who are actively working against you. You're also worried about where the legislative bodies are at the federal and state level. And you're going to try and keep them happy. You also, the truth is, if you're a company, you're filing all of your paperwork and your reports and your permits with a division. I think in our case, the Division of Environmental Quality, and you don't want to make them mad, let's just say. So if you start pushing back on some of these popular narratives, then you're automatically going to make every agency you put papers to or permits to or pay fees to mad at you. And you have to work with these people. You also have your entire staff that you have hired fresh out of college who is on board with you being evil. So you're kind of stuck in this bad situation of, well, what do we do? You have protesters, you have companies with this ESG stuff. So you're trying to produce a product that the world needs. And yet your own staff, the agencies you work with, and half of your investors don't want you around anymore.
Well, I heard
and it's about time they fight back, because I think they finally realized, look, we're going to go away if we don't actually stand up.
Well, I heard a rumor
and they're
that
saying the American people have no idea what that looks like if they do.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that Shell, that BlackRock bought 60% of the board of or 60% of the shares of Shell.
Yeah, I don't know
and
how
then
much.
Forced their board to take on 3 anti-oil activists on a 5-person board, and forced more than half of that to be anti-oil activists. And so Shell has been making these suicidal decisions lately because of that, because the board is essentially ran by people who want Shell to go away.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage of the companies, but I know that has been a strategy from BlackRock, Vanguard, and these other companies is to get their own people on there.
So can we do it?
Changes the direction of the companies.
Yep. Yeah, we can
This
do it.
played during a really popular football game. I was stopped and went, wow. So it's nice to see.
Well, it's very true. It is very, very true. Oil is in everything. Hold on. Stop it. How do I get rid of that?
But you see, the point of this is I don't think people in their mind
Hold on. I gotta. Come
You
on.
gotta
just
step in
pause
window.
it.
There we go.
And people don't realize that just from the
It's in
very
everything.
small things that you take for granted every single day, a diaper, the blankets on your bed, the plastic, anything plastic. Plastic's huge.
So you may hear in the world the idea of doing bioplastics. This is a lot like the biofuel scam that was about years ago. When I was at the University of Idaho studying, one of the professors I had worked to create the diesel and biofuels that had come from mustard seed and rapeseed, or canola. If you call it Canada, in America, we call it rapeseed. And he did this as kind of an experiment to see if farmers could grow their own fuel supply. I grew up in an area where we dry farm, so you just throw stuff in the ground and it explodes. It's crazy. Things like rain happen up there in northern Idaho. And he said it was possible for farmers to grow enough rapeseed and mustard to run their equipment, but there is no way, even if we converted all of the farmland in the United States into producing just energy, that we could offset the amount of fuel we use.
So they wouldn't be able to produce any food outside
fuel.
of that.
And then you run down the whole corn route and ethanol route. It's just not efficient. Plus, you'd have to explain to the world why they can't afford their food because we're too busy burning our food as a fuel source, which now you start looking at bioplastics and that technology where you can harvest various plants and algae and you can create plastic. Well, congratulations, world. We can't grow the food you need because we're too busy using it for plastics that we throw away.
But we're environmentally sound,
Yeah.
man.
We, as another example of the environmental movement starving and really destroying the rest of the world. We in America can afford some bioplastics that are recyclable. Meanwhile, food prices go through the roof, and people who already spend half their living on food now have to spend 100% of their income on food.
It's
Because
just
we're
a
too busy.
vanity move.
Yeah, it is. It
Just
does
like when
the-
they dye their hair in college.
Yeah.
It's a complete vanity move. It's just a signal to say, you dye your hair blue. It's to say, I'm one of them.
Mhm.
It's
I think that's Chad on there talking about the
Yeah.
Snake River Dam. So I grew up near the dams on the Snake River. That's why the Northwest has cheap and it's amazing electricity. You can plug into it with a voltmeter and it's 120.0 and it never varies. No variation.
Really?
Mm.
Dams are amazing for just clean electricity, which is great if you're running an electronics company. You don't have to put a bunch of filters on there to worry about making a constant signal. So,
Hey, do we have
but if
any?
we pull those down, that's kind of the end of energy. Right now, we're looking at the EPA trying to the government trying to shut down our coal plants. And if they take those dams out and our coal plants, we're done.
Yeah. I mean, what do we do? Unless we bring in nuclear energy.
I don't know. I think I'm going to
That
be
could take too long.
sitting by a painting of a fire on a rock wall, playing an animal skin stretched over a hollowed out log in my animal skins. Now, locally, I won't be able to get giraffe that easy. So I've got to source that
Okay.
now before they destroy us.
On that note, what do we do?
I think right now the biggest thing that you do, and I've seen a lot of people, just if you are interested in the world of politics, you need to not just send an angry email to your rep because, like, I'm addressing the school board issue right now. I have in the last 2 days answered well over 150 emails, and I don't have a staff. It's me.
Yeah.
I'm answering all the emails. So when you send a deluge of emails, people are just like, oh man, I got to go through all these emails. I'm so busy because I have a regular job. The way to get in front of your elected officials is to run as a county and state delegate. That's the way we do it. I have 68 delegates I regularly communicate with. We text, we email. I email them once a month during the session. I email them once a week. I hold town halls. They have my number. They give me a call. They interact with me.
You're an anomaly, though.
But
How do we get them into Salt Lake, though, so that
No,
we can
we want
start
them
getting...
to run for seats and do that. I want every legislator
Well, we
to
need them
do
in
what
Salt
you're
Lake
doing.
because out here, I mean, we've already got you. I've already told you.
yeah,
I've been working on the chain that I'm going to chain you to that position now. It's in the other room,
You're
and
stuck here forever.
You're stuck, You're like, I just want to go and retire.
You're an anomaly in
You
the
are.
sense that you are
A lot.
highly engaged. And I have to say this, where caucus and convention is very important to you, and you believe in the process, and you lead by example. You really, really do believe in the delegates. And I know that the delegates that are good ones. I mean, we can't assume all of them are, but from what I've seen and working with you as a delegate years and years and years, what you do as a delegate is to get in front of everyone, find out what their policy is, and then you make another call and you get their questions. And now you're on the other side where you're engaging with delegates because you're like, hey, these people really want to know, and these people have taken all this time to put me in this seat, and I want
They're
to.
also a lot smarter than me because I don't know a lot of.
And they
I'm an
want to
environmental
get.
engineer. That's all I know. So they give me
They
a lot
want
of
to get in
input.
touch with you. That's why I say you're a diamond out here, whether you realize it or not. But you're a diamond to your constituents because you're approachable, because you're logical, and you do answer emails. So I hope people aren't sending him emails that are ridiculous or
I
just
get plenty
yelling
of
at
those
him.
from Salt Lake.
I'm sure you do.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
So you get them rolling in.
But most of them
Just-
are uneducated
Yeah.
in what
What
it
do
is
they
you
sound
do.
like?
I
A
don't-
physical? Do they sound like this? I mean,
No, HB 119 has already opened up Pandora's box.
I'm sure. Oh,
427.
you know what? I'll be your filter for that. You can forward them on to me, and I'll respond.
And this county is
Please
prime.
let me
We're
do that.
prime because we do believe in the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
We're
So
very unapologetically out here in this county.
it happens. 427 last year, which was the principles of individual freedom and education, that basically tried to eliminate any kind of teaching that you can lump groups into categories based on race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, that you can't hold people responsible for the actions of members of those particular groups in the past or present. So I can't make an assumption about all black people because of a few black people. I can't make assumption about some females because of the behavior of these females here.
Well,
You can't lump people-
liberal psycho.
So when I ran that last year, I got thousands of emails. Luckily, during the 7-week session, we actually have an intern, and my poor intern was like, "Oh my gosh!" It was just it's form emails.
Was
so
it
it's
an
just like-
assigned intern too? Like
Yeah,
not
they-
even someone that said, "I want to go work
So
for Radical Tim."
no,
It's like some
they assign
kid.
us to it.
It's
Yeah.
some kid at the University of Utah.
Yep.
Second period is gender studies. And
No,
then
he was
third
actually a
you
good
know,
guy.
There's a class that is coming that just came into BYU, right?
I saw that.
A studying of Taylor Swift class.
Yes, I heard about that.
So people are going to go and get student debt. They're going to gather this thing that they cry about to Lord Biden every year because he's supposed to rescue them, to get a minor, maybe, hopefully just a minor, in that vapid, vacuous, non-consumable.
That shows you why public
Degree.
education and college education is
And then-
laughable right
Yeah.
now.
And then that person, blue hair, maybe multicolored hair. I hate to just pick on you blue-haired people because there's some orange and other stuff splashed in. But, as you melt your brain cells with this hair dye, and then you step out into the world and cry about capitalism and tell me an argument I legitimately had the other night. The Indians weren't ruining the earth. And I said, they were Stone Age.
The reason they had to move around based on seasonality is they would eat all the resources in an area and have
They
to leave.
were Stone Age.
Mhm.
That's what they did. The Clovis man didn't ruin North America either
Mhm.
because he hunted with spears he whittled out of rocks. He was Stone Age.
Well, David Weiss says Twill is full of special people, which
Hopefully
we
it's not that
agree.
full.
And we do miss you, by the way. It's a little bit quieter out here without you, and you deplorable. We hope Florida appreciates you as much as we do. He says, I think those that do not believe in the Second Amendment, then you should be thrown in prison. Well, tell that to January 6th judges. I'm sure they could add that to the list. And then you can get a degree about the thong song. So
What's the thong
why would
song?
any of us send our kids to college? Why?
I've been saying forever, the only purpose colleges has right now is medical doctors and engineers.
I'm an engineer. I probably
Yes.
could have interned for a few years and learned everything I know now.
I know it's sad, but you have to have the certificate.
And
Yeah.
save the money.
It's a process to actually become. If you do civil and environmental engineering, it's a process. You got to jump through a lot of hoops to get here.
But it's the certificate that
Yeah.
gets you. They want to have that certificate. It's
Yeah.
for public safety. Humana.
Yeah.
On down the line. Same with medical doctors. I'm sure there's people who could intern and become a perfectly fine physician,
Mhm.
but that certificate is needed for protection of the community.
Now, do you? I know you work with Scott Sandel and Dan Thatcher up there. I'm sure they're on different committees. You're on different committees. Do you know anything coming out of either one of them? Any bills that are coming out of the Senate per se that you guys might get a?
I know Sandel's working on a lot of Federalist stuff right now, so.
And we'll
But
try to
nothing
get him on.
specific, yeah.
But I like to know, if there's anything that's going to get kicked back to you guys, and if so, like what kind of bills are we talking?
I really haven't been in communication that much with Senator Thatcher. I know Sandel has worked on a few things. We've kind of formed a Federalist group up there between the House and the Senate. Sandel's been working a
That
lot on
sounds
that.
like the coolest
But
gang
I'm
ever.
not sure what he's doing with it.
Get leather jackets.
We'll see what happens when it comes out of it. Which is funny. We call it the Federalists. Really, we're the anti-Federalists. If you go back in time, it was the
So are you
anti-Federalists.
Are you anti? Okay, so this is where a lot of people lose that argument, because the anti-federalists were anti-constitution, and the federalists were pro-constitution, but they wanted state split. And then you had kind of the monarchist wing, your Hamilton and what have you, that wanted a federal government in name only, but they wanted a general government to be in control of all.
Mhm.
Well, Hamilton
And
wrote the Federalist
so-
Papers.
So sometimes I drift in and out of it. Yes, Hamilton was a federalist.
So what they did when
was
they
a monarchist.
we had the monarchists, we had the federalists, we had the anti-federalists, and people that were way out there. The Articles of Confederation, which was really a weak document, not unifying document.
Weak. I mean, it was written on single ply toilet paper.
Yeah.
It was written on RV toilet paper.
So
if it had got a drop of water, it would have became soup.
the important thing to remember is we had the same groups of people as we do today discussing what form of government. So the moderate compromise that everyone came to, the moderate point of view, the moderate compromising, we can all agree to these principles, was the U.S. Constitution. So anyone who comes to you and says the Constitution is some kind of far right thing, that is a compromise between the people who want a king and an absolute government, the people who want anarchy.
Yeah.
So you can't argue that the Constitution is a right-wing document. No, the compromise is the U.S. Constitution. If you want less government than that, then you don't want a constitution. You want to go back to Articles of Confederation or something else. If you want to go to the left of that, well, you're looking at everything that's in Europe and the rest of the world.
And you lose all those people that were ready to compromise with you by taking a different approach.
So we had this discussion when we founded this country of, well, what's the compromise? What's the compromise? The compromise was the Constitution. Don't compromise on what we've already come to agree on. We had the debate. The Constitution won. It is the moderate document.
Well, I also want to say this. The Second Amendment's been there for a long time, and a lot of people took it serious. Therefore, you can't take it away now because people have already taken it serious.
Well, you can't
That's
have the
an
first
amendment
without
that-
the second.
That's an amendment that carries its own teeth.
Well, we have more firearms public possession right here in the United States than I believe if you add up all the police forces around the world.
There is 100 and
citizens
known
own guns.
firearms. Known
Yep.
firearms. This is direct numbers. Known firearms.
No,
We have 120 firearms for every 100 people.
yep.
That's known firearms.
I thought the average was 3 per person in the United States.
Nope, it's 120 per 100,000. The next closest country is one of those. Is it the Middle Eastern countries?
Either that or Eastern Europe.
I think it's it's Yemen.
Okay.
Yemen.
Of course.
And Yemen's great big number per 100 people. Yemen, where it's a sign of manhood to have a firearm, like everyone seeks it, has 39 per 100 people. We have 120. per 100 people.
Which is why we have absolutely the highest suicide and murder rate in the whole world, and no one comes here because everyone gets murdered and
Yeah.
suicided, right?
Yeah, I watched a Korean propagandist film about the U.S. the other night, and you had to read the subtitles. But it was great. They said, "There's no birds left; they ate them all," and everyone seeks to buy a gun. It looked like they showed like the Black Hawk Down scene down in the open gun market. This is what America looks like. Everyone wants to get a gun so they can kill each other, and they're all homeless and they ate all the birds. It's
Really
fantastic.
quick. I know we've been just talking along, but if you want to call in and talk to Tim, we've got about 10 minutes left. 385-899-2134. Let us know, or let our call screener know your name and what kind of question you'd like to ask Tim, and we'll try to hit some before our 4:00 interview starts. So I know it's not a lot of time, and you guys' comments have been great.
Mhm.
And Tim, I want to have you back maybe mid-session.
Yeah, I think,
Also.
Yeah, I would like to. I know Bridger had expressed interest. Sorry, Representative Bolander. Got to use our fancy names.
I'm gonna be
Had
all
expressed
proper.
interest in that.
Let me drink my.
I think I would too.
Let me drink.
I
this
would love
rum.
it. I want to know. I know you have a lot of good stuff in the works, and call studio's up. So if you guys want to call
Yeah.
and talk to Tim, and to be honest, I shared, if you want to get in touch with him, it's highlighted. So you'll take you to his direct Facebook page, and you can send him a message, as he's obviously been someone who's very, very,
And if you go in the show
in
notes,
tune. It's in the show notes. But I ask that, be forgiving, because when he hits session, it's morning till night, day after day after day. And
We have interns assigned to us because we don't even do our schedules or our emails at that point.
you become a
It's-
tool.
Yeah, it's 14 to 16 hours nonstop every day except
and
Sundays.
it's a ride, because you get in there thinking something's going to go a certain way, and next thing you know,
Yeah, there's always
surprise, they're
fires.
voting
I
for.
know House Bill 119. That's
Yeah.
right. It's going to be passed this year. It's going to be crazy ridiculous. And I do some
I ran that one this year.
firearms training on the
Yeah.
side. I get the teachers in with me.
I want to get it right, but I'd like to get it done this year because it's an election year for our governor and for a lot of members of our
And also, it's a
Senate.
safety issue.
Yep.
This is safety for kids. I want this done 10 years ago.
And I think
it
our
really should have been
governor,
done.
with his vote to have constitutional carry.
He's shown an understanding of the Second Amendment.
Yeah. And I really think
might
that
be because of 120 per 100.
Governor Cox could go a long way by showing some support to this bill, because you're not only protecting, you're protecting these teachers and you're giving them some incentive, but you're giving them the opportunity to better themselves, to train enough so they're not willy-nilly saying, "Hey, I got a gun. Who do I shoot at?" It's so serious. And I think that Spencer Cox would probably be a lot more, he'll sleep better at night knowing that if a teacher is armed, that we know how many classes she's taken or he, and we know they are a safe person that's inside with those kids in that school, and they're working with law enforcement. And when drills are done, any teacher that's on this list, when those drills are done and practice drills, those teachers could be included with the law enforcement as maybe, okay, we know this classroom has one. We know this classroom has one. If that is boarded up, we go right on by. We know that teacher can handle an intruder coming through the door.
Yeah.
Ideally, I'd like to see the law enforcement handle that tactical training, because they're the
Yes.
ones that are going to be
yeah.
responding. And if the
And-
law enforcement says, "This is how I want you to act," the cops, all the cops are there.
That makes
And they
all the
say,
sense in the world.
"This is how I want you to act. This is what I want you to do. I want you to be aggressive. I want you to take the opportunity if it's there. But this is how I want you to act." Because when the police show up and they're on that dead sprint towards fire, the teachers know, this is how I'm going to be standing safe, so I don't confuse the cops, so I don't accidentally become a target, and so I'm out of their way.
Well, and you're not out of the classroom per se. You're in a classroom where they don't even see you, but the janitor, maybe the office ladies at work, the
How
front
would it
desk.
be old Marge up on the
It would be
typewriter,
nice.
secretarying,
And
and
then
the
another
Dr.
opportunity
Dirtbag kicks
for-
the door in.
We don't
and
have a
she
lot of time.
smokes him right there in the foyer. That'd be great. Right next to
And
like the
so-
vending machine.
But it would be nice also that if they wanted to seek outside training for their own selves, to be able to submit and say, if we had a law enforcement type training, that fits in with all that, that would be great. And they probably don't have to pay for that if they did it on the same day.
Like I said, Utah County really does a good job of this. The
Yeah.
Sheriff Smith down there does a great job with this kind of training.
And they do this in Twilla County too, very well. I know my kids' school, it's done often. And it would be nice to have the teachers get that free training of expectation from the local police department. And then when they go outside to maybe get better training, $300 or whatever is reimbursed back to them and when they've proven they've graduated from a certain course, and then they get reimbursed. I think me as a parent, I could get behind this all day long, because the only thing that stops a bad man with a gun is a good one with one.
Or two good guys with a gun. Or good.
So I think our next guest is here. Hey, Tim, what
Thanks.
else is going on? Anything else?
No, everything's great. Thanks.
Good.
You excited for this upcoming session?
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of
You got
a lot
kind
of
of
time
a
away from the
1,000-yard
family.
stare going on.
Yeah, it's I got a lot going on right now. I've got a lot going on, and a lot of groups that I'm working with, and some groups that I'm fighting with. It's just the way that this is. A lot of it comes down to just trying to let go of your regular job for 7 weeks so you can go do this job and then jump back into your regular job when you're done.
I do
Weiss
wanna
says
say-
Cox is up for re-election. Expect a personality shift.
Maybe
temporarily.
I'm hoping we see it. I don't know. I don't want to look at Cox and see bad. I think Cox is just expressing the pressures he feels. But I want to say that if you do want to get a bill pushed through Tim, don't just send him an email. Or if you want him to stop a bill, don't just send him an email. Go up there and volunteer. Put your expertise down. Put yourself on the line and help him to get through that. And then Dave asks, how can people volunteer to help you?
The real help I need is not really running or campaigning or any of that. I don't know everything. I need people who have that expertise. During the session, I'm up at the Capitol, like I said, 14 plus hours a day. I have an intern. I will have an intern next week. His phone number is available. So if you come up to the Capitol, just text my intern. That phone number will be available on the legislative website. And
I hope
we can
you
meet.
get the leftists of
We
interns.
can just sit down and meet and talk.
Would you like to have maybe people who are gun trainers to maybe come up and or at least just get in touch with you and tell them what type of training they offer, what to expect, and what type, what at the end of the day, are they teaching gun safety? Are they teaching gun lock boxes? And are they teaching proper use of a handgun, storage, everything? Would it help you? Because we have this whole fan base.
I think that really helps.
That are gun trainers.
Is people who have our knowledge experts. Just work with my interns at a time where we can sit down and talk as we start to finalize this. Really, that's the thing that always comes down is when I'm working on legislation or looking at bills that other people are working on. It's knowing where I can find that person who does have some expertise.
Perfect. So you reach out to us with anything that has to do with guns, especially Jared and the group that he works with in training, folks. He's a great asset, I'm sure, there. And then
I think,
we have teachers at my kids' school that trained through Shield Maidens.
Nice.
And the Shield Maidens never told me their names, but as soon as I met these teachers in passing, I knew exactly who it was because they walk a little prouder. They are a little less worried. And if learning to use your firearm safely, if nothing will give you confidence like that.
Well, and it's got to make you feel safe knowing that your kids are in.
It absolutely
good
does.
hands. But no, I think that's a good bill. And I saw that someone posted, actually, I think it was Dave posted it and then I shared it. And that's all I wanted to talk about all night last night. Hardly sleep.
He made
Just
me wait and get surprised.
I think that's just fantastic that you're putting forward. That's a bill that is for real. It's not a virtue signal. It's not it's not one of those bills to make a party happy. That's a bill that is going to.
He's saying, do you want to protect our kids or not?
Yeah, it's geared towards protecting children, protecting the teachers. I mean, I want to see the secretary come under her desk with the Benelli M4 and come up and just peel chunks off of the dirt bag and leave them on the floor.
But so many times when these shootings happen, people are just they're devastated, as they should be, especially if they've lost someone.
You know what? I'll hug her afterwards.
Listen,
I'll send her
but after,
muffins.
we never do anything. It's either talk about gun control. We're going to send trillions to Ukraine eventually, but we're not going to spend $1 billion to secure the schools so they're all exactly the same, one entrance, all times you check in through, and there's bulletproof glass right at check-in. And I hate to put our kids in little prisons, but what I do think that someone should have come up with a thought, instead of sending money outward, to spend money inside to protect our prosperity, which is our children. And after that, here what you're doing is, this isn't going to cost you anything. This is going out to the people who take the initiative. We're not forcing it on anyone. And no one at the school will know they're that teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't have to be afraid of anything. And that teacher will have the full support of the gun training, of maybe the regulations that you put in place, to know that this teacher is ready to go in the event there's an active shooter,
Mm-hmm.
and that your child's safe.
How
But most
cool-
parents won't know.
How cool would that be if also the SCCA or whatever personal defense insurance company became a benefit outside of the school also, that was offered to you because you took the chance to,
I think you're onto something amazing.
mhm.
And I would absolutely love to support this bill in any possible way. Having some that I've taken the trainings, I know the importance of having confidence in handling a weapon and having safety when handling a weapon, keeping it from kids. And
The biggest thing is when this thing hits a committee, we're going to have a lot of public comments, and those public comment periods get packed. It would be, and I'll reach out to you, obviously, when
Please
I
do.
know
Yeah.
if we can have our people there and our people fill that committee room, so we don't have all the anti-gun people fill it up and make the comments, that would be beneficial.
That'd be great.
could
So
do a
you don't walk in
remote.
there and it doesn't smell like a
Patchouli.
whiny crybaby, like sand in the
We could
nether
do-
regionitis.
we're allowed to film in there, aren't we? Or video with our cameras when you guys are in these committees?
We have cameras everywhere. I don't know if the public can, but the whole thing's recorded.
I mean, I just saying, maybe
For this one, yeah.
maybe we go live
If we
and
can.
get some people to show up. And
Media can come in there and set up cameras. You guys are media, so
how do we get a press
Can
pass from the
media-
Capitol?
I have no idea.
Okay,
Can media go in there and also make comments?
that's not what the media does. They just film the news.
Because it'd be hard. I mean, I'd have to take off my hat because I got some comments. I got
Well,
some stuff.
We want the comments to be respectful.
See me
and
down there.
helpful.
You're badass. You're a wimp. You're awesome.
In a town like Tooele County, where the ratio of people to gun ownership is always high. I mean, sometimes we rank number 1 and sometimes number 2 or number 3 as far as gun owners. And in a county where we like our guns and we
Like
believe
in the
Second
U.S.,
Amendment.
that's not just in the
Um,
state. That's in the U.S.
This is for this bill I'm getting to. So if this, yeah, we're number 1 in the United States. You're
Yeah,
right.
I'm glad you woke
Sorry.
caught
But with that, with the people of our county, that this could actually matter to you and mean something to you, please stay tuned to our show, because the second Tim gives me a date and time, I will appeal to you to join us up there. Let's support this bill. And if you have comments or ideas on this bill, reach out to the intern. I don't know if you have the intern's number yet.
No, I don't.
Okay, but we'll get that info and reach out to our show, and then we will find out the best way for you to assist him, and on what day and on what time. And it may be we get it the night before or the day morning of, because that's how this stuff works.
It moves fast. Up
So for those of you that can take the time and get up to the Capitol in support of this bill, and you know what? Wear your shirts that have firearms on it or that look
there. No
nice.
signs.
No signs are allowed, and basically just
No, actually, dress very professional.
We
Dress-
want
Dress very professional.
because the other people who are opposed to this aren't going to look very
Let them-
professional.
that's so true.
Let them come in with their purple hair
oh,
and-
purple this time.
and
That's
their
good.
armpit hair dyed a different color. Whatever they're doing, dress professional. Dress appropriate.
Be respectful.
Be respectful,
and
come in.
firm
Yep.
on your beliefs.
Yep.
Speak with purpose. Speak because right now this bill is logical. And in this day and age, logic has to be celebrated because it's so unheard of anymore.
Mhm.
When someone speaks logically like you do, and you're making a case, it's not about emotion. It's about the logic of such and such bill. And here's my why. And here's what I'm foreseeing getting fought back on. And here's how I would compromise or whatever it is. But when you speak with purpose and logic, you don't have to fight. You don't have to fight, because the other people are going to speak with emotion and all this other, and the crowd of ears listening is what really matters. And they stop listening when one side starts getting emotional and starts to hit below the belt. So when you go to these things, I pray that you are respectful and that you are bold and that you use your free speech. Of course, I'm not saying censor, but it would go so far, and it would make Tim's argument really, really good, because if you have a pool of people who showed up in favor of this bill, then the other side isn't able to say, well, you're just looking for a second egg grab and you're crazy.
Might be crazy.
Even Democrat parents want their children safe in school. You can appeal to both sides because it's logical and not emotional. Let's get good, strong people in there who want to do it, not forced, and who want to be smart and trained. And then we just we can't have cops at every school all the time, but we can have teachers with heightened sensibilities because they've been trained by local law enforcement and they know how to use a weapon, and it's safely taken away from any kid using it or abusing it. And all these little things go into the bill. I know you never do anything without a lot of thought and without a lot of seeing things through its end conclusion. And that's what you're trying to do, get the foresight. And so let us know anytime we can help. And I would be up in the hill in a heartbeat if I could. And people are not allowed to carry on.
No, you can carry. It's state land.
Mhm.
It's not a federal building, and it's not a secure building.
Mhm.
Okay.
Concealed carry.
I sold 2 guns out of my office this year.
Is constitutional can
Were
carry
you like
counts?
upgrading? Is that what you're? No.
No, I was upgrading. I had some firearms
You
that
had some.
So yeah, I mean, I sold the guy the guns and the ammo, both of them, and just met him
You're
there.
like,
and felt
hey
paperwork.
man, I got this.
So constitutional carry doesn't count.
So what you been eyeballing?
I wouldn't constitution carry up there just because you're being a target.
Don't be a target. Don't be a target. Concealed carry. So you're talking 365, working up to one of those. What are you working up to?
Oh, I just got something for my family, a nice little Walther that my kids could carry.
Oh, nice.
So take the kids out because you can adjust the handles. It's a smaller handle, 9mm. It's easy for them to rack it and to operate it. So, my 11, 13, and 15-year-old are home all the time. I want them to be able to know where and how to use that firearm, because I'm running bills like this and some other bills that are going to make people mad this year. And we're a part-time legislature. My wife has to work a job so I can afford to do this. I lose money every year I do this. So
I thought your legislators make so much money.
So public disclosure, we make about $13,000 a year, and I'm spending 20 hours a week doing this.
And that's not 20 hours a week during session.
That's 20 hours during the year, and then during the legislative
session, it's
you
16, 17 hours a day.
It's 7 weeks leave without pay for my job. So it literally
they're doing you leave without pay on that.
Yeah, I don't lose my job, but I also don't get paid.
Oh, that's rough.
So I don't have security. I don't have any of that. I just have kids who know how to use a firearm and won't answer the door if it's someone they don't recognize. All
right. Well, and I've met your daughter. I think
I've got a bunch of them.
Second to the oldest, which was the one
Nina?
I met.
I was probably Nina.
It was at the orange store that we always seem to run into each other at. How about we just do the show from there? I'll see everyone.
Yeah,
because that's how it works. But anyways, I met her there, and she's a responsible kid.
Yeah.
I'd feel perfectly confident with her, having that.
But I have to. It's important for them to know that they can be safe. That's why I take them out and we go shooting. So they understand exactly what a firearm is and how much damage a firearm can do. As much as there's excuses, well, I like them for hunting or for plinking. Firearm is made for killing.
Yeah.
That is the purpose it's created for.
Yeah.
I'm going to step out for one moment and just check on our guests.
For stopping.
Yeah. But it's a tool that inflicts massive amounts of damage and causes death.
Yep.
You can use that for good or bad.
Now, if someone was invading my house, I would choose more than a 9mm.
No,
I would think Oh, 105 would be good.
Get it.
40 might be my starting
I
caliber.
carry a 40.
Mine's 40 millimeter.
40 millimeter.
40 millimeter grenade launcher might be my starting round. But if I could, I think I would like naval 9-inch guns. I don't know where I'd put them, but if someone was invading my house, I think that would be kind of my favorite, naval 9-inch. I mean, obviously, if I had all the power, an A10 would be my defense weapon.
Just park it on your front.
No, just circling. Ooh, AC 130, a spooky Spectre gunship, right up above, just making laps, right? And then that has all of it. That has 40 millimeter, has 105. I mean, that has everything.
Yep.
It's just, where do you go on self defense? I mean, the choices.
You'll see up there a lot of at least within this party, a lot of us carry up there.
Good.
So the worst place to try and commit any kind of violent act is the house floor.
That's good, because you're also defending the other side.
Yeah. We actually have a few Democrats that carry.
I know. I've heard this rumor that there's a Democrat that hunts.
Yeah.
Does he?
I don't know who it is.
Is he a chameleon? Like he snuck into the party? They didn't see him coming?
It's surprising though, the different groups that you run into up
down
there.
south. Southern Utah Democrats are rather kind of what they'd be called blue dogs.
When I moved to Utah or Tooele in 2009, it was a Democrat county.
It was, yeah.
But that's how I met Holly. Her and I knocked a lot of doors together, and kind of moved things around. But I know you got an interview coming up. So.
Hey, we're glad you came on. All right, I'll be back in a minute. We got to cut Tim loose.
Thank you,
everyone. Tim Jimenez. He is awesome for our county, awesome for our state, and I don't know. He's just doing great things for us. I feel I Okay, I'm back. They've got a powwow going on, but while they do that, I will
And you guys will be sitting on this side.
Sweet.
set up the cameras.
Which side won't you need 15 pounds?
You're telling
I'm
me
happy to
about
sit
it.
by the window if you want, Scott.
I'm good.
Don't get hot.
Oh,
We
did you
can.
guys get a water?
I've got
He's bringing some water
He's in
back.
here. So
one.
Oh, yeah.
We'll leave it
Just
here in
hand it
case we
down.
need it, but
Yep. Here, go ahead and throw this one.
here, baby.
That's our.
somebody's still in the restroom over there.
Is
Yeah, go ahead. Just right
the
directly.
lights on? So that means no one's home, right?
I don't think anyone else is here.
Yeah, it's no one's in there.
Okay.
Jared, I'm going with you. Something like
Yep.
this mic.
Yep, and pull that mic right up to you. All right. So we're set up. This is our part of the show with the county guys tonight. And right in
This
here.
is a continuation
Yes.
of get to know your county council, and you met Councilman Jared Hamner last time and the county manager last time, which we had a wonderful conversation that went extra long. And I know that a lot of what we were asking them was actually someone like Scott Wardle, for example, who is the vice chair of the council. It was more his wheelhouse, and he probably could have explained far more than Jared or Andy could have on that one topic. And Ty is also Ty Hoffman. He's, well, let's say, Scott, you are over District what?
District 1. So the west side of Twila City. I'm over the west side of Twila City, and I take in just a little bit going up Skyline all the way to Overlake. That's my district.
Skyline to Overlake. Excellent. And then Ty Hoffman is the ERDA representative and part of Tooele. Is that correct? ERDA and parts of Tooele is what you represent?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, gentlemen, if we could just get your headsets on and you get close to the mic. One thing I noticed in our last interview with Jared, he likes to bang the table. It makes the camera shake and everybody can hear it. So
It won't make him shake now.
if you have to talk with your hands like I do, just kind of do that. But I just want to thank you guys. And I know that Jared and I often talk about on the show how incredibly lucky we feel by our representation. We get a lot of people who comment in here that, you know, one young lady's from Midvale and she feels absolutely ignored. She gets so frustrated, and yet she hears us talking about our local government and she's like, you guys got to be making this up. Because we don't have any complaints with our local government. And you know me, boys and girls.
Yep.
I complain, or I will call something out I don't like or that's not logical. And I have to, and I prefaced this in the last show, but many of you know I was not excited about the change of government. I thought all these part-timers, how are they going to get all the work done needed? And you know, they're going to have full-time jobs. Are they going to have full attention to the county? What's it going to look like? Is it going to be this crazy transition? And my goodness, if day one kicked off and it was so smooth, and it was to us, to the public. I know you guys had your ups and downs and all of that, but my first question, unless you guys want to do a start, but my first question is that how on earth did that happen? How did you take 5 different personalities with 5 different opinions? And I know they were a lot of sticky arguments, but when you guys were on and in front of the public and your arguments and stuff you'd had in your business meetings and you'd had it all out, there was a mutual respect that I noticed. And I know that is hard to get cohesiveness in a group like that, especially when a lot of you were new. 3 were new, and we had 2 commissioners that had just gone part-time. So please share.
You want to go first? Go
Well,
ahead.
you want me to start?
Go ahead.
You know, I came out of working on the Twila City Council,
Right.
and a lot of battle wounds. I'm not going to lie, and I think that they taught me a lot in my last 2 years. I started to realize that ideas were getting lost in personality conflicts, and that's dangerous.
Right.
And
so,
first to start off, this is Scott Wardle.
Wardle.
Wardle. Okay.
Yeah.
Scott Wardle, you're the vice chair of the county council.
yes.
Okay.
And when the very last resolution that I ever ran with Twila City was a resolution on civility, and that we have got to be able to disagree better as a council and as a people, so that ideas can go forward, projects can be completed, and they don't stop because of personality. And that to me was one of the things that, as I discussed with people who had asked me to run, and as I think that's where we started as a council, we really had a pretty hard conversation at the very beginning that we're going to disagree, and we've got to figure out how to disagree and not attack each other. And we've had some pretty good disagreements, publicly and privately,
Yeah.
but we've seemed to always have been able to get to good policy. And that is why we got elected. And I think that was one of the things. We were acquainted with each other before we started, and we did. We had conversations, very open conversations of what is this going to look like when I disagree with you and you disagree with me? And if it gets pretty intense, how do we fix it after?
Yeah.
And so I would start with that. Ty,
Well, I think that, we all had some objectives that we all wanted to get done, but there were a lot of similarities in the objectives. Not the same objectives, but similarities in them. So we decided, I think we all need to work together to try and get them done. And they were all good objectives for the county. I think that was a big part of it. But this is a full-time job at certain parts of the year. There's no doubt about it. It's not always a part-time job. And quite often it's not. So I can
So
understand.
you guys maybe make $1 an hour for this job.
If we're lucky, maybe. So I think that had a lot to do with it. Is that the objectives that we were trying to accomplish and push, we all felt were probably mostly pretty good for the citizens and for the county overall. We weren't in it for ourselves. We were in it for the people and for the county and for the citizens. And when you start out at making $24,000 a year, you're not doing it for the money.
Yeah,
So-
and that's not with benefits or anything like that. So, and again, when it was discussed to change the form of government, my worry was, the whole purpose of even doing the study was, well, we don't want these guys voting raises, and we don't want we want people that are going to do it part-time. And now when I look back and I'm thinking, okay, this is what we got out of people part-time with such little money. And yet, you have to truly be ready to be a public servant to even be in this seat, because I know some of you may not have ran if it was full-time, and others of you probably would drop your other job if it was full-time and be full-time. And I've always said, and that was the thing, do they give themselves a raise? Do they vote to go full-time? Those two things in the change of government that was never an option. That could still happen. And if you guys felt the need at this point, with how things are going, I hope that maybe you are studying the effects of what would be good. Maybe 3 at large, maybe 2 part-time and 3 full-time, or 2 full-time, if it's even an option. But just if we're going to get if we have the best representation we need at this state, which you guys have handled with your decision on the lobbyists, like we talked about last week, you got a seat at the table there. And then all the requirements that are expected of you outside of your day, meeting at the chamber, meeting with businesses, your guys are legislators, meeting with constituents. This is a full-time job. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that it would bother me if a study was done to see if we need a more hybrid council that gets everybody
Well, I think
appeased.
having the manager on a full-time manager that deals with a lot of administrative stuff that we don't have to deal with, where we're all just strictly legislative.
Yeah.
I think for now it's working okay, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Scott?
I think two things, and you said something really important to begin with. There wasn't a lot of trust.
Yeah.
From the public, from government officials when this all took place. And one of the values that we incorporated immediately is that we needed to reestablish trust, that we needed to be transparent with the public on all matters financial, all matters contractual. And then the second thing is we understood that much of this would take time to try and flip a government in 1 year and have it running.
I thought it would, but you guys, I don't know. You came out of the gate, and to be fair, the trust wasn't between you. The trust was the idea of the changing of government, and you guys just happened to be the ones in the first year. So the people were like, is this the right decision? But I don't think people didn't trust you guys particularly, but the office itself.
Well, and I think that there's an inherent distrust in government that should be healthy and skeptical. I come at it with that. I mean, I think government should be questioned.
Absolutely.
That is one of the most important principles that I think that anyone who runs and then serves in public office ought to be at the forefront of their principles, is that you should have to answer for and why you are doing things. The second thing is that I don't know if you're familiar with John Kotter, Kotter. He's one of the leading theorists on change in business and in government. And he says a change like that we have gone through normally takes about 5 years to see really if it's going to succeed, really if it's going to bear fruit. And the sheer fact that things have been done within 3 years that are showing and bearing fruit, I think is a great tribute to not only the employees who have come on board with much of the vision, the public who has come on board, and with the management team and other elected officials, because it doesn't happen without everyone working in unison. That doesn't mean you're same. It doesn't mean that you agree with everything. It just means that we're going to work to get there. And that's been a principle that I think has been established throughout how we've dealt with everyone electedly.
Well, I think part of disagreement is expected. If you're in a government body, I think there have been some of them out there where they all want to all vote unanimously all the time. I think that's bad government. We're not here to vote the same way all the time.
Right. And all your districts are going to have different expectations.
We're here to have different opinions and ideas and things like that. You win some and you lose some. I mean, like all government, you vote the same on the majority of the things, because most of them are things that you just have to vote on. But on other issues that you don't have to, there's going to be disagreements, and there should be.
Well, and Ty, I think one of the things that we have determined is that if you're going to disagree and you're going to be critical, you darn well better come with a solution.
Be solution-minded.
So it's not just saying that doesn't make sense. You need to be able to lay out what would.
Yes. So bring a policy, bring a new idea. I think, and let me give you, and if I overspeak, Ty, punch me in the face. Okay.
Happy to do that.
Disagree better.
We're about to see how Tooele County government works firsthand. Go on, gentlemen.
Usually this is behind the scenes, not in public.
Right.
But
well, it's just us here.
so one of the questions, and I think it was a legitimate concern, is how does the county spend money? And how do you account to the taxpayer to that? And I think that drove one of the questions when it came to raises. We determined from the very beginning that we would be data-driven, that we wouldn't let bias inflict the data. So whether it's a conscious or unconscious bias, that we would use outside sources. So we're not skewing the data that would come to us. And that way we can make better policy decisions.
That way you don't have someone in there saying, look, if there was a soft serve machine right behind me, we would be so much more productive during all the meetings.
Correct. And I think we're very critical of ourselves. There was one meeting earlier this year where we had some disagreement, and we did an after action. Usually when we have disagreement, if Ty gets mad at me or I get mad at him, and we don't disagree very well, we'll have a conversation after the meeting. Is that pretty clear? And I think that in that after action, one of the things that happened that was so important is that we sat down and said, okay, let's go watch the video.
So you did the play-by-play.
Absolutely. what could I have done better? What could you have done better?
And that's what Jared's saying. There's a call on the field.
Yeah.
Take the time, take a breath, and everybody just gets an idea of what's really going on. And everybody's accountable for themselves, and you're all grown-ups and you're acting like it.
And I think any policy worth its salt should be tested by the contrary to the policy.
Absolutely.
So if I walk in with a policy, and for me, my background growing up in high school, I'm going to admit some things that are going to be really hard, and I don't want to be mocked. Okay. I grew up in a family of athletes. I debated. And
That's a brain athlete, by the way.
it was absolutely. It was football in the head. And one of the things I had a coach teach me, and it has driven almost everything I have learned, whether in my professional life, whether it has been in my public service life, in my religious life, is I need to test what I believe by arguing against myself, because I think I'm the best arguer.
And I am the same way.
So if I can beat me.
So you like to still man your opposition before you even meet them.
Yeah, he plays devil's advocate in his mind.
Absolutely.
So he can foresee how that conversation is going to go.
And
I'm
then,
the same way, and they teach you that in debate.
And then as you do that, then you're able to see the faults in the policy. You're able to see the weaknesses of it. And the other thing that became important is that you have to be willing to be opened up to other ideas.
Yeah.
And each council member that we work with comes from a different perspective, a different background, with different opportunities. So we need to be able to learn from one another. And then the public and the other elected officials also.
And with the commission, they represent countywide. This change of government has focused on districts now. So his experience living in Erta is far different than yours living in Tooele, or as Jared's living in Stansbury Park. We all are bringing, you guys are all bringing your neighbors to the table now. Whereas before, it was, hey, we're doing this for all of you. Now you can go back to your neighbors and say, this is what I'm doing, and please come to the meetings if you'd like to comment. And I just love the idea that when something's happening in Stansbury, I can call my district or my councilman, and he shows up. And so I think you guys are, I'm going to be honest, I expected this to be a mess. I expected it to be a mess. I expected all kinds of things, and I was so pleasantly surprised. And I haven't been able to stop talking about it because of your, and let's get into the things you did different, starting with budget.
Go ahead.
So when we went into our first budget, we had just hired Andy. Our manager, Brittany, was put in place. And in most governments, and you'll see this federally, statewide, and city and county, the budgeting technique has been called incremental budgeting.
Yes.
And incremental, for those that have never been exposed to it, is that you would just add the cost of living to the end of the line item, and that's how you would increase your budget every year.
Just whatever the cost of living jump was, everyone gets it.
Everyone gets it, whether it's payroll, whether it's operations and maintenance, whatever it is.
The park is going to get an extra 5.7% this year because everything. Okay,
so that's how you start to see ballooning costs.
Yeah.
The next thing that we did is we started to look at best practices and what business schools are teaching, and then start to incorporate those different practices. So in 2023's budget, back in 2022, what we started to do is examine line items by line item by line item, what the actual cost of the service was and what we weren't spending. And that year we saved $600,000.
Wow.
Okay. And that was a fraction of what we were seeing. We just wanted to see if it would work.
Department of Defense. Now's your moment to cue in, listen, just sit there and listen. Enjoy the show.
Then in 2023, as we talked with our county auditor and as with the staff, we went back to the table and we started to look at what's called priority budgeting. And you can only do this for 5 years. It's bad policy after 5 years.
Yeah.
But what it is that you take every department, and instead of just giving them the 4.3%, you go through and say, okay, what are your top priorities? And you see their top priorities with their bottom priorities and whether or not they need to be funded. And then you save the money from that.
So you're triaging
Every,
priorities.
every bit of it. So this year, we're still waiting for the numbers to come in from the final budget and the final spending, but we've saved north of $1 million. So in
Wow.
2 years, we're up above 1.6 million.
And that's on a county level.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That is a huge chunk of savings on a county level, on a population level this size.
I think part of it is the culture that was at the county, though.
And
Prior to
everyone,
us
this
coming
is
in.
Ty Hoffman. Ty, introduce yourself real quick, and then we want to get you on there talking about this.
Ty Hoffman, District 3 for County Council. Thank
All
you.
right.
What in talking with other elected officials and department heads and stuff, and the kind of the pattern that we were seeing with the budget is that there was an over budget and almost all of the budgets of around, I would say, somewhere between 15 to 22% on average.
And does
Okay?
that mean they're spending that much?
No, they were budgeting more than that.
Okay.
15 to
For the just in
22%.
case.
For the just in case. And part of that was, as you talk to them and stuff, they're like, well, we never had the support of the previous commissioners. If we needed more money, they told us too bad most of the time. So they always budgeted in a cushion. And he said, no, we got to change that. And we got to get back to what you really need.
Yeah.
And we've told them, look, we'll have your back when something comes up, because that's inevitable. Life is going to happen at the county. It's going to happen in your house and stuff like that. You got to have a little money.
But if you've saved on all these other areas, you can absorb something.
Exactly.
Exactly. Now they have a
So
rainy day fund
we've
for
tightened
that.
that way down, and we're still tightening that. But it's a different mindset and a different culture that I think had to be created within the county.
it's not a government mindset. It's like it's like a free market mindset. For a successful business to run or a successful family, you're doing what those people do, not what the government does, where I'm just going to pad my budget. I'm going to spend it even though if I don't need it, just so I get the same one next year. And that's zero. That's a zero spend. Like what is it called?
Well, it's called priority budgeting, at least in the literature.
Okay.
And the thing that's amazing about it is we're starting to see the savings, but in 2025's budget, we'll really see the savings because you keep studying it and you keep going through this process and you interject a culture of trust. And I think that was one thing that we noticed, at least in the organization, in the county organization, is employees didn't trust the commissioners or council, and council or commissioners didn't trust the employees. And when those two things occur, you can't have an honest discussion about projects. You can't do these other things. And I'm not saying all trust was gone. I'm just saying there just wasn't enough. And I think that as we showed that we'll put money away, and there has not been one emergency we have not funded. Not one. There's not been a staff member that is emergent that we haven't funded. We've changed over the way that we do insurance. That was the first year to help our employees have better health care. It's been funded.
And you did a study before all of that
All
to
of
make
this.
sure it's the right thing to do. You can afford it. And in the long run, it sets good precedent on how future councils can consider this situation.
Absolutely. I think that that's one of the most critical parts of how you look at anything is it's not, I think, because I can think a lot of things, but are my thoughts borne out in the data? And if they're not, then we have to change.
Yeah.
Are there other counties in the state that are doing this, or
I hope so. I don't know. I don't know. We've talked to them
is
about-
there other government organizations that you know of that are doing this?
Do you want me to take it?
Yeah.
As we did, my job was to do a lot of the studying on this. Okay. And it is the best practice recommended from the National Association of Counties.
Okay.
Most people haven't adopted it. It is the best practice from the
I know
League-
the feds haven't.
No, the League of Cities and Towns nationally, it is the best practice, haven't adopted it. I know that when I was at Twila City, and this is not a criticism because I didn't understand it, but we would do incremental budgeting because you would always think that the cost of service has gone up. Well, the cost of service may not have gone up
Yeah.
in that particular area. And if it had gone up, then you should maybe have to fund it even at a higher rate. So you're costing yourself the time value of money if you're not doing it correctly.
You got a cute
true.
little dog right down here on the floor.
Yeah, she's
What's her name? Come here.
Dozer.
Dozer.
So
She identifies as a Great Dane, if you were wondering. Yeah, she thinks she is.
She's adorable.
Well,
Yeah.
with what you're saying, again, I keep getting smacked with logic, and coming out
There
of electeds is not common, because government will mess everything up no matter what.
There's a huge gap for this to be spread around to propagate through all sectors. I mean, it's in our county, but is it moving into our cities?
I don't know, because we're not part of their budgeting processes.
But would it be?
I think it would be advantageous to study
It'd be
it.
a help if the city guys started showing up to your meetings and asking questions. How do you get this budget tight? And then the state starts doing this, and how would it be? How would it be if a psycho mess like California or New York could fix themselves so they're not taxing their people out of wealth?
You would have to have a logical, moral people willing to be wrong and willing to try something new and maybe get out of their comfort zone. These guys are ready to do all of this in the light of day in front of all their constituents. And that is what a lot of places are set not to do. They don't do it that way.
Well, and when you run for office, I think one of the beauties of our country and one of the difficulties of our country in a free election system is, if you're running to be a career politician, you can't do this because it's not the culture that you want to instill in the organization.
Absolutely.
So you have
And
to.
you probably wouldn't get a lot of votes in those communities that want to have the coffers doled out for them.
Correct. And you
This
have
is kind of a rural mindset where rural wants to be free from government, wants to deal with the stuff themselves. And the urban community wants the government involved in their life, and they want those positive notions that government hand out, which would be a hard sell.
But maybe you're created something that is a hybrid for rural Utah to start. And again, your mindset and your thought process into this is about being conservative. It's about being transparent. I can tell you I know too many politicians, they say that, but that's not what they're about. They're about getting reelected, and they're about trying to do the best for their area. Money to the side. Like, money's no object. We're the government. We can afford it. If we have to, we raise taxes. Whereas you guys all came in with the thought that we're going to avoid raising taxes at all costs. We're going to make sure that we are tighten our belts, and we're going to use what we have. And if we do have to raise taxes, it will be the very last option.
Correct.
So I really appreciate that, because here's the thing. We went like 20 something years where no taxes were raised in this county. That's not healthy either, because that's when you get your big tax hike come up when they're desperate. And if they don't, just small increments as needed. And I'm not against taxes going up if there's no other option. But I like that I have a council right now that's saying, no, we'll find an option.
But I think you have to. And the hardest part for elected leaders is, am I not going to get reelected, or am I? And that's not a mindset you can walk in with. And, I think you have to be willing to say you're wrong. We were in budget in 2022 for the 2023 budget, and we were sitting in a meeting, and I appreciated our county recorder, Jerry Houghton. I was dead set against what he was asking for. I completely dead set, because I'm a fiscal conservative, and I came from that. My father was that way. And he presented a set of facts that I had never considered. And as soon as they were presented, I went, okay, let's change course.
This makes sense.
Because you have to be willing to say you're wrong.
And that's hard.
And that really is.
It's really hard, especially when you're in front of a lot of people that are watching. That's character.
My wife will tell you it's hard for me in front of one.
Yeah.
So to change.
So step up into government was right outside of your wheelhouse.
Yeah. So
I'm
well,
gonna go ahead and
David
hurry
Weiss,
off.
David Weiss wants to know: can our government buy Bitcoin and save it as our rainy day fund? Does our government have any interest in digital currency, or is it even a thought yet?
I don't even know if that's in the state code that if we could do that. So much of what we have to do is
It's law.
determined by state law, and I don't know the answer to that.
the state law right now doesn't allow us to
And I
buy
don't think I
Bitcoin.
didn't think it did.
So we have certain funds that we can invest in that are protected. There's a discussion today on a federal level of allowing some different forms of investment on Wall Street, of county pensions going into other areas, and it's scary, dangerous. And I don't think Dave's question is a bad question. I think that we're early on in this, and we need to make sure that whatever we do, at the end of the day, protects the county's citizens' tax dollars.
Well, and it's new. And until the federal government has something in line, or Utah decides as a state what we're going to do, I get that, because a lot of your constituents aren't going to know what Bitcoin is, and it's going to terrify them that you're putting money in something that is a market that can go up and down, and it's not guaranteed. Not that our cash value is guaranteed, but at least there's dollars you make, dollars you have to spend, line item items. It's not a piece of something like a Bitcoin.
When I, one thing that I think is important is that we budget every year. Hopefully we're making money on what we're saving.
Sure.
That's just wise. This year it's called the PTIF account. It's a public account that we hold our money in. We made $3 million over what we budgeted. It was a safe investment.
That's
So
never anything ever that happens in local government, or at least where they're telling you.
Correct.
You could easily just say, we did all right. And by the way, when this project I want to do comes up, I'm not going to raise your taxes because I've saved money over here. No, you're saying our decisions created an opportunity that actually gave us a return.
Which means when the pool breaks and has to be ripped out,
Yeah.
you're nervous, but you have an opportunity to fix it. And I love the word opportunity. I think that too often when we talk about risk and problems, we don't see them as opportunities.
Absolutely.
And that this has been a great opportunity for us to not only invest wisely, but when we went, and this was shared on your show last week, that we received the AA Bond Plus rating.
Yeah.
And it's because of the financial management of our county. Our treasurer does a fantastic job on the investment end. Our auditor does a fantastic job. Our manager does a fantastic job following where the money's going and how it's being spent. And hopefully we as a council are following our own principles and our own policies.
I would say
We try to.
if we got a $3 million investment growth, you guys are doing fine.
I would like to take this on to Deseret Peak then, because
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of the role of Deseret Peak was on you. And I know you wanted to study to make sure you're making a wise decision, but you say opportunity. And the second you said that, I think it sums up what I was talking about in the last show, is just Jared bringing up the pool. My mind immediately goes to all those high schools that don't have access to a pool. What an opportunity to unite high schools in one location that we all own, that is a beautiful, I'm sure it's going to be exceptional, indoor or outdoor, whatever experience. But the beautiful thing about it is, you're right.
Yes to both of those.
It's an opportunity to create something for your community that every single district will get to take advantage of. And I love that.
I would like to ask a question. Say you built it substantial enough, and other high schools are going to use it as tournament places. Do the high schools pay for that space on tournaments?
You take this one. You're knee deep in it. So,
Well, but Ty, we're here together.
I know. we haven't gotten to my issue yet.
I think that there's two things, and actually I think we are in your wheelhouse, because recreation, with the incorporation of cities, Tooele County's economic development direction had to change.
Right.
We don't have a lot of land to develop, and Ty really helped bring the recreation component, that this is something that we can capitalize on. And then that helped us in the very beginning look at how do we do Deseret Peak correctly.
Yeah.
And the goal is that, yes, tournaments.
How awesome would that be that twice in the summer our county gets flooded with the high schools to have a weekend high school swimming tournament
Or baseball or basketball, softball.
and all those kids, all those high school kids from all over the state peeing in our pool. I mean, swimming in our pool.
Well,
We become a hub for excellence when it comes to entertaining our youth and then maybe profiting off of having outside youth come in and enjoy it.
well, I
Not
think,
that it makes a big profit, I'm sure.
well, actually it does. The economic impact is more significant than anyone knows. Just look at the softball tournaments that take place at Deseret Peak. They're every weekend.
And it hits every business around.
Correct.
It's your hotels, your restaurants.
It's the ancillaries.
It spreads, it brings wealth into the county, where right now our county's quite known for sending wealth over a mountain.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that completely. So the vision of Deseret Peak was Deseret Peak will never make money. Government enterprises really shouldn't compete with private enterprises. And there have been some criticisms when we've talked about the pool of why didn't we build a rec center? Well, because we have gyms in Stansbury, we have a gym in Grantsville, we have 2 gyms in Twilla City, and now and then
We have a third one opening up.
and then there's also one down on the depot.
Yep.
Why would we compete with those businesses that are bringing jobs, that are bringing tax dollars, that are
Mhm.
That's not what we believe. We believe that government should be limited. And so we should do the essential services, and that's what Deseret Peak provides, recreation leagues.
Are you guys sure you're working for government? I don't think if you recognize that government normally doesn't say this. Government normally says we want to run the rest of you guys out of business and take over.
Well, and
Like-
the truth is, what you're doing is you're providing something that those places can't provide. So you're not competing with local businesses.
Mhm.
I just worry that, I love the idea of having some sort of rec center there that is affordable to those in the county that may not be able to afford a membership, or younger folks who aren't allowed to go into Vasa because they're too young, but they can be there with mom and dad at a pool and enjoy themselves.
So to have built that, we put that in the study. There were over 1,000 respondents to the study, which is a significant data point when you talk about Twilla County.
Absolutely.
And what it was found to be is it would cost us close to $50 million to build, between 40 and 50 adjusted for inflation.
Not counting to maintain.
And then you have the
Right.
O&M, and then you have the employee costs. And we looked at places. We were in Oregon and looked at a place there, and it was beautiful, but it was cost prohibitive. And this is where the question comes back to, okay, are you willing to pay money as a taxpayer if your taxes are raised? And the bond on about $40 million would be roughly, between $4 and $5 million a year to pay it down.
Which is how much in rooftops?
To be honest, in tax dollars, it's 150% tax increase.
That would not be popular, and you
Right.
know that.
So that type of bond, we would go out, if we had chosen to do that, it would have to go out to the public, because we're not going to make that bond. And we've seen how bonds go with the school district.
Yeah.
And so the decision was made to do what we can with cash and with limited bonding. So about 50-50, which is, I think any family wishes, I know I do. I wish I could put 50% down on a new house. And so it became a smart financial strategy. So we're going to get 6 more fields out of it. Soccer, lacrosse, baseball will be enhanced. Every one of the baseball fields will
And
be enhanced.
lighting. So you've
Lighting.
got twice you can use it, day and night.
Well,
Right.
lacrosse, that's bringing another new sport to the schools out here too, because that's not one that exists out here.
Not yet.
David's asking, sell food there, you'll make money. 50 million for a pool? That wasn't
No,
the price.
No,
right?
50 million for a rec center.
For the entire
For the,
Yes.
the
thing.
complex, for
So-
the renovation of the complex.
Well, let me back up. There's 2 different numbers I've thrown out. 40 million to do the plan for Twilla County's rec center, what we call phase 1 and phase 2. That was originally $30 million until the pool we found out needed to be replaced.
Right.
Between 40 and $50 million would be needed just to build a rec center. Gyms,
Locker
tracks,
rooms.
locker rooms.
Courts.
Employers,
Yes.
Yeah, all that
employees.
stuff.
And that is what was cost prohibitive.
Okay.
You had to choose one or the other.
It-
And one you can get all around the town, all over the place with the membership.
Mhm.
The other you can't. You can't get in
cannot.
the biggest pool in Utah.
That's correct.
So what are we looking at building down there at the complex? We're putting in six new baseball fields.
They're going to be sports grass fields. So there's soccer, lacrosse, football.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you're going to have regulation size fields.
yeah,
How many of them?
6.
6 of those.
What is happening with are you guys keeping the rodeo and the ring for the horses?
The racetrack? No, the racetrack will be gone.
So there was a racetrack on the north end,
Uh-huh.
but where the rodeo arena is, we already upgraded the dirt, which, believe it or not, dirt is expensive
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
rodeos.
Very expensive. Not to mention the time it takes to
Do they
take care
also
of it.
use that for the demolition derbies?
No, that's the next one over.
That's the next one over. Okay.
So you're keeping it, or are you going to just go in a different direction? So people with horses and stuff, this is a whole new. You've upgraded the dirt there, which has been an argument for years.
We'll be putting in new seating,
New stalls.
new stalls, the barns that are currently there that are fairly far away.
Yeah,
We will be moving closer. They're dilapidated,
yeah. Well,
so they
it's-
have to be torn down and replaced. So those will all be brought in new. Ty was a huge instrumental part of this. Why don't you talk about Days of 47 and what happened with you and them?
I was at a meeting at UMC, and they were talking about tourism and stuff like that. And there was a gentleman there from Texas that runs the Days of 47 parade. Rodeo that puts that on. And he talked about how some of the smaller events they don't do in Salt Lake. They do them up in Ogden. And he says, man, he mentioned, we're looking for another location. We're looking for this. And when he stepped out, I tracked him down and I says, hey, I don't know if you know, but right there, just across the fence line, quarter of a mile from here, we have most of those things. This is called, county-owned Deseret Peak Complex. He'd never heard of it. And Corey Bullock, our new manager of that, I told him about it, got him his phone number and stuff. They hooked up and talked, and he went over and looked at it and stuff and liked it. And they brought in some of those events for the Days of 47.
So we
now.
might get some profit
genius.
off of that.
What's that?
We might get some profit off of that.
We will. And we're going to get better contracts and longer contracts.
Well, and that's awesome because Days of 47 isn't just a Salt Lake thing. All of us celebrate Days of
Mhm.
47, and it makes us build some event around our city
Yeah,
that
how
we
much-
may not have had.
It's
How
one
much
of the
money
biggest
does-
rodeos in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much
Absolutely.
money does Provo make off of that? And
Yeah.
isn't it Provo that holds the big fireworks show?
For their
Salt Lake.
4th of July.
For their 4th of
For
July
the-
event. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the
Or
24th
no, the Days of
is
47.
Salt Lake.
Rodeo. Yeah. This
Yeah,
is
where's that one held at?
The fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds.
Yeah.
State
Okay,
fairgrounds.
They
yeah.
got a new stadium a while back.
So let me tell you what has happened because of what Ty's done. When we did the study on this, what we found is on the PRCA circuit, Salt Lake is central to the Western rodeo circuit.
Mhm.
So cowboys will bring their animals and they need a place to store, keep them for a week as they're traveling to and from. So now we have stall rentals that are continuing to go on.
Oh.
And there's a lot of need because I know many people who use horses that if they're going to train or they're going to work that dirt, they need a place to have their horse safely protected in a
Let me
stall.
steal your charger first.
And
Yeah. No, that's perfect. We need to bring we need to get some of that industry out to us. We need to
So the business model had to change. That's the bottom
Yeah.
line. Is if you're going to be in a government enterprise, you can't run it like a government enterprise. You have to run it with a business model. And the business model became, how does Deseret Peak generate for itself recreation opportunities? And whether it's tournaments, whether it's Country Fan Fest, whether it is local youth being able to use the pool year round, all of those things have benefits that we can directly tie to either dollars or quality of life. And those are the issues. Quality of life is the first one, believe it or not.
absolutely.
And then
that
you
to
look
me
at
is
dollars.
something for most people, if they see an opportunity to keep their kids busy and safe and healthy programs and sports, and this little jewel is showing concerts and fairs and art programs and whatever else,
Year-round
conference
swimming.
rooms, year-round
That,
swimming,
how cool would that be?
an
Year-round
event
swimming.
venue that can seat more than 200 people, all these things. It, to me, it just, and I wanted you guys to sell it to the private sector because I thought private sector will actually profit or make it something else. But when I'm in Stansbury Park and I'm seeing people talk about, we want a rec center out here, and I'm like, you guys, we have something. Go use Deseret Peak. That's what it's for. We are unincorporated. The county has got this for us. Let's use it. And I mean, I think you guys have nailed it. The study itself probably showed you way more information than you could share with us now. But a lot of the public is just who and han about the money, and yet that money you were able to get because of your tax or your credit rating, and you didn't have to raise taxes to do it.
Well, think about this for a second, okay? In a business model, when you're undertaking a building project such as this and 40 million, and your daily budget or your yearly budget's just a little bit north of that, most people can't do it without borrowing 90%.
Right.
We came in with 50%.
Mm.
And that was because of good financial management on the ARPA money, the priority and the principle. And I think that this is critical for anyone who gets in government. What is the principal reason or the principle for the reason you're doing what you're doing? We knew we needed to build a legacy project. That was what Governor Cox asked of every elected official when ARPA money came in.
Correct.
This will benefit the public for 40 years.
Mm.
Well, it's going to be those generations that are paying for it, and so that was exactly why
And they get the use out of it.
Spencer Cox, Governor Cox said that. He's, build projects that those people will benefit from. So that's
And it's
what we're
such a
trying to
great
do.
location. I know it's so easy to get there. And I don't know, David Weiss says, why is a pool that expensive? David, I don't think you
He
can
asked that a
picture
minute ago.
the size of this pool. It's the largest pool in the state, but they've actually gotten the study showed that they could do indoor and outdoor, which changes the game for a lot of high schools
So-
out here because they don't have swim meets. They don't have swimming pools. One does, that's Twila City, and they all have to try to share time there. This gives them a place that is neutral territory, and you could probably do 3 different swim meets in a pool this size.
How's
Happen at
the
one time.
pool going to look different than what it does now?
Oh, I wish we would have been able to bring the drawings.
Could you give us an idea? Is it going to be broken down
Well-
different? Or
I think we ought to address what Dave is saying. The pool is not $50 million.
The pool is about 10 million, but here's why.
You're talking the whole upgrade of everything. Is
And you
50.
have to start over there. as
Yeah.
you
Yeah, we're
learned.
talking about tearing it out and everything else. Okay?
Reinforcing the ground because it was
Correct.
sinking.
Yep. All that stuff.
And what we are keeping is we are keeping some of the infrastructure that's there. We're keeping the locker rooms.
Nice.
We're keeping the concessions area. We're keeping the building areas that will allow the pool to function with the infrastructure. So there's a savings there. But one of the things that you can't, and I think I hope we've learned this in growing up as a county and in our cities, is if you always go by the lowest cost with the lowest quality, you will always get the lowest result out of
And
it.
you'll have to do it more often to repair.
And this pool should have lasted another 15 years.
Unbelievable.
But because the groundwork, for whatever reason, I'm not blame. We don't. This isn't about blame. The groundwork was not done in a manner that allowed it to be sustainable. So now we have to go fix it. So we're going from the bottom up on the pool. It will have a lazy river instead of just having an open area for kids so that they'll be able to play. There'll be toys within there. There will be the slide. What we have seen with our old pool where the 2 pools for the adults and the kids were connected,
Mhm.
there will not be a connection that way in the similar way. They will be separated so that we can do the indoor pool with the lanes as we partner with the school district. The school district's going to come in and help pay for this.
So did you get a chance to talk with them and they love the idea?
They love the idea, but as we know, they're going through a little bit of a rough patch.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, a
we're
little bit.
trying to work through how that that would look
Yeah.
and what a deal would look like for that, because again, it doesn't do us any good to not have people pay for the service that they're using.
Sure.
I think we've done, I hope we're done robbing Peter to pay Paul in the name of saying Peter looks really good.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, and here's, I don't know what kind of school board finances, and I'm sure the first year we let them do it for what they can afford or fundraise for or whatever. But eventually, like, they will pay into this because this becomes their ground, just like it's Grantsville's ground and it's, Erda's ground. Anybody that's competing, they've got skin in the game. And so I see this as being great. I don't know if it has a potential to be profitable, but if you have event centers there, you're giving brides, you're giving corporations more opportunity to have their events out here and not go around the mountain for them. And, I know great caterers, so if you ever need to have that. What about the motocross dirt track?
That's staying.
The motocross is staying. We have worked with Stedman's and the sponsors this year. Our Parks and Rec director has done a great job in building it up and maintaining it. It is used all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
The other one that was surprising to me, because I looked at the business model and went, I don't know if we should keep that.
I know
And
it would be a thought.
The BMX track is
And
crazy busy.
It just needed a little bit of TLC,
Yep.
and
And
it
some
was
marketing.
great. It was great.
Kids just like leaving the confines of gravity every once in a while.
Right.
I love this. I think this gives our youth something to do. It's year round. There's something year round potentially, and it's something they can do to stay out of trouble, because we got incredible kids out here, and this is just one more thing that they can do. And I appreciate that. Anything else you want to add about Desert Peak?
I think. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say there's going to be a walking path around it. I don't know if
Yeah.
everybody knows
the
about that.
trails.
Yeah, there's going to be the trail and the
Yeah.
path around it and stuff. So that'll be nice for people that are down there for events or whatever.
I just
when
like
they're on a break. And
I just want to. So, how many softball, baseball fields are we going to have?
There will be 4 softball fields. We will rehab the baseball fields so they're more usable and player friendly.
Okay.
We have 4 baseball fields, or that will be 5 baseball fields, baseball or softball size on the north end.
Okay.
We're still making some other decisions on what to do exactly on the very north end, northeast end. Then you'll have 6 new soccer, those full-size fields.
Kind of general pitches.
Fields.
And then we will be adding 75 camping spots where currently we have 30, so doubling.
This is
The
like
capacity.
you're creating like an opportunity for tournaments, like going down to Mesquite,
Correct.
where parents are staying the weekend in their campers, plug-ins, the works.
Well, the study found this, is that our campgrounds in our canyons were being used by people going to Deseret Peak,
yeah,
which was shocking. We're filling up, and so it provides more opportunity. And I would love, plug out there for anyone listening, we would love to see a private sector company come in and build a campground.
Yeah.
well, and we sell out of our camp spaces
Yes.
during
Go down
at
the streets on
UMC.
112 and
At
buy.
UMC, we have plug-ins and campgrounds,
yes,
and we are going to update all of those. But when you're talking Country Fan Fest, we get a lot of that spillover to use our campgrounds. And glamping
Yes.
is this thing where I would love to see a company come in and create some amazing glamping experiences right around that area, because people are ready to pay, especially if they're around an event like their kids' tournament or Country Fan Fest or anything else you guys can bring out. Now, do you guys have a stage built?
No. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want me to talk?
you talk about we've talked about a bunch of different things with the stage, but you know better with where we're at.
So the stage, we considered
now.
buying a stage
Yeah, remember.
and having it built. It would be around $500,000 to $1 million. The business model didn't work. We could rent it out, but it would be very difficult to recapture our costs.
Yeah.
And the
Because
question,
it sits idle for so long. Is that
Well,
why?
it could, but then you could rent it to things like Country Fan Fest or other events throughout the country. Here's the problem. We'd have to buy the semi to do it. We'd have
Right,
to have
to
the
move
trucker
it.
to do it.
Uh,
And
and then you'd have to buy the carny to pack it up and put it on the
and
semi.
all of those things, it's not a business model that works for us. So when we did the contract with Country Fan Fest, they said, well, the stage is a big cost to us. We said, okay, let's see what we can do to help lessen your costs. Well, the first one was electrical. They have to bring in a ton of electric generators. And so we said, if we run the power for the stage to these new areas,
Will that help?
That will help. And they said, well, until it does, will you reimburse our costs? Absolutely. But then we're going to take that out of your reimbursement when we have the project done. They agreed to that.
That's fair.
Absolutely. So now not only are we bringing in improvements that we've had inquiries and discussions with other concert venues now. So when
so
you
we
talk,
might have more than Country Fan Fest.
Yes, that's the hope.
Might
and
get like a
desire.
reggae show and
yeah, but we won't impact the fields like we have been. We won't
Right.
have to shut down
It's a designated area.
and so when you talk about these ideas, the ideas have to have they have to be part of a business model that works.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, then don't do it. And you can experiment a little bit, but you have to say, well, what's my willingness to risk on cost? And we have a pretty high tolerance of not risking our money.
Well, you guys have been frugal.
Yeah.
And you've been thoughtful in that. So tell me what this, like I said, I thought this is going to be a nightmare. How are we going to do this? Are we getting representation everywhere? What has been, each of you answer your thoughts on the new county council and your experience as the first county councilman of Tooele, Scott, for you, and Erda for you, which became a city. And, it's the first time we've ever had a county council. What's your experience been like? Because you guys are now through a term, one more year in your term. So you've been in 3 years now. So what's that been like?
For the most part, it's been pretty good. Obviously, you're going to upset some people here and there. I look back and what happened during COVID, and I look at the face mask issue where we had to vote on that for the school kids, and we upset a lot of people by not forcing the kids to do that in the first place. I didn't think that was a decision for us to make the decisions for what's happening in the schools, but
you also had 100 people come out roughly and tell you, don't mask my kid.
and we had people telling us, you better mask our kids too.
Right.
Forcing it. And we just, felt like that wasn't the right thing to do. And overall, I think that vote went down 3-2, if I remember right.
And you guys erred on the side of freedom.
We did, because people still had the right and the freedom to mask their kids if they wanted
Absolutely.
to. We didn't have to mandate that.
you guys were proven
But,
wrong.
you're always going to upset people and get called names. And I think somebody called me a child killer because I was going to kill kids. I don't think any kids died from it. But,
Yeah, I don't think
so
any
you're
kids-
always going to upset people and have that and have the extremists and
Do you
stuff.
need a water?
And you
Scott?
can't avoid that. But overall, for the most part, it's been pretty good.
So you didn't get to be everyone's favorite right out of the gate, and you were elected in the worst time in life for budgets and COVID and closures. And my hat's off to Sheriff Wimmer, because he was adamant that he is not going to stop people for not being masked. He's not going to stop people when they're outside, and he's going to stand by the side of the Constitution. And when that vote came, I was just like, I wanted to just applaud you, and I did applaud you when you made the vote, because I know it was a thoughtful. You guys did research, and then everybody else has, all of us have our gut. And for those of us where a death rate of less than 1% in children, even more than, it's not even close to 0.00, you guys had your gut instinct. You had the public's their side of it. And then you had the support of your sheriff, and you voted right. And you really impressed me. And I know you impressed a lot of people, because everyone can armchair quarterback and tell you that you are killing babies. But at the end of the day, you can defend your vote with science, with logic, and with the will of the people who put you in office, the overwhelming majority.
Yep.
So I think that's interesting. So COVID was its own mess, its own animal.
It was. There was other issues and stuff, but for, like I say, for the most part, for me, I think it's been pretty good. But there's been a few issues, and people that don't talk to you anymore and stuff like that because of the way you vote. And it's usually on issues that you don't want to deal with,
Right.
but you still have to deal with it because it's part of the role.
And
So.
you were over tourism. You're over
Mhm.
tourism here in the county. And I know through UMC, they've worked with you on a number of different things, and you've been great. I mean, you're getting a lot of people excited about tourism.
Trying to.
I know now that there's people who come out here just to four-wheel, not just to buy four-wheelers from Stedman's and leave. They actually check out our paths and everything.
Well,
This logo is
And this is our
awesome.
new county hat.
these are for you.
Ooh.
These are
We gotta show
these are the
this.
result of the tourism study that we just got done, and this is the new county logo, and we've had huge amounts of compliments.
The first time I saw this,
That is a lovely
I said,
logo.
look, it's the view from Erta.
Mhm.
And
And-
that's exactly what it is.
and
It's
that's
supposed to be
what-
the mountains with the sunset and stuff like
Yeah.
that, reflecting off the Great Salt
Jared
Lake.
looks at me, he's like, that's exactly
So-
what it is. And I just was like, this is gorgeous. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Thank
I
you.
hope you guys can see it. If not, I'm going to take a picture and share it in the show notes. But this is basically a rebrand
closer
of
to
our
your side.
tourism or of our county altogether.
Yes.
We're doing rebrand on the whole thing.
I like it.
It's
these
gorgeous.
these are beautiful. The new logo is nice.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
So yeah, we've done a study. We're going to be hiring a new tourism director that is directly going to be marketing the county and stuff like that here in the very near future.
Are they going through the United States or just to Utah, or how is that?
Well, that is yet to be determined, but at least through Utah and stuff like that. And
Awesome.
we're going to, in my opinion, we have part of the reason why I ran is because we have the foundation to fulfill people's need for speed, is what I've always said. With the Bonneville Salt Flats, with Deseret Peak, with UMC, with the desert, if you want to go out and ride your horses
Just-
really fast.
If you
and stuff
just
like
want
that.
to head out just over the other side of the mountain,
We're a
there's
playground.
another
I-
motocross track out there by Dell.
Mhm.
And that one's a big one too.
I don't think any county has the foundation that we do for fulfilling people's desire for speed. And the other thing we're working on, and I don't know if you guys know about it, but RARA, the Reno Air Race Association, is we are trying to get that to come out to the Wendover Airport. If we get that, that's huge. That's the biggest air race in the world.
That would
And that brings
boost.
us up with Wendover Airport, because I know you've been working on a lot with that, which is this. So please share.
And there's a museum out there. There's so much out there that is just going to waste because nothing goes out there.
Right. So the museum is awesome, but I'm a big World War II buff, so I like all the stuff that's out there. We just recently got a new replica of Fat Boy, the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki.
Well, that's where Enola Gay landed, isn't it?
Correct.
And
Yeah.
trained.
And trained, yeah.
Then we have the Enola Gay hangar out there. But if we get the Reno air races, that brings in roughly 70 to 100,000 people a year with similar type numbers in millions of dollars, usually between 60 and 80 million dollars in revenue to the local economy. That would be huge. And so we're hoping we get that, but we'll know here in the next couple
And
of
both
months.
sides of Wendover would profit hugely.
Both
off
states
that.
would, yeah. Both, yeah.
This
Yeah.
logo is awesome.
This is a
I
beautiful
mean,
logo.
It gives me a good feeling.
So who drew
proud of my
up the
county.
logo? Who?
We worked with a company called Honey on this, and kind of gave them ideas of what we were thinking about and stuff. And this is what they came up with. We had them work with the colors and tweak it, but overall, this was the design that they came up with that we liked. And
Thank you so much.
So-
Yeah, that's just you're
He
just
wears a
looking.
hat every day in every show.
You're
This
just
should
kind
be
of
your
looking
hat.
northwest over the lake, and that's what you see.
Yeah, it's like being up on the
Yeah.
on the hill where Erta is, and you
Mhm.
got the Salt Lake, and then you got the mountain, and then you got the beautiful sky and the sunset. And you guys, I hate to say this, but people are going to love this and want to come live here.
Yep.
and we've got a new tagline too for the county. It's recreation revved up, which kind of goes along with the racing side of
The need
things.
for speed.
The need for speed.
Recreation revved up.
So we're going to get hats and
Check
shirts with,
that
with the
out, you
logo
guys.
and the tagline on it, which I think is a good tagline for what we're trying to accomplish and market for our county.
And
That
you're
is
going to
so
be, and all this marketing and all these sayings are around speed and fast and
And
that's-
family and
that's
fun.
correct. Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow. So, Scott, you tuned into our meeting last week. I appreciate that. And I'm so glad that you did, because we were going to do a meeting again. And I'm hoping, is there anything you want to add regarding inland port?
You know, probably one of the more controversial things that we've been part of. You know, and I appreciate Ty talking about a couple of things. I've got to give him props, okay?
Yeah.
Because when you talk about serving in districts, our districts have different needs and wants. Mine's a city-based district. The northeast or the west end of yours is a city-based district. And county tax dollars need to be spent differently for different citizens. But what we have to do is make sure that they're equitable.
Right.
And Ty has advocated the cause for his district like no other. I want you to know that. And how do we provide services for the citizens of Erta? How do we make sure that and work with the Erta city government to come to an agreement that would work for their citizens and be the best case for their roads to be taken care of, to receive public safety? Ty was a huge advocate in that.
And this was an unknown. I mean, essentially, this is a brand new city. People don't know what they don't know. It's nice to have the county to go to, but they actually had a representative who lives there fighting for them on the county level.
And he fought and he worked with the Erta City Council. And we appreciate the partnerships we have with each of the governments. We don't always see things the same way. I, again, came in as a skeptic from the city. And for me, my citizens in District 1, whether it's been how we pay for fire service in the county or all these other issues, we have to have equitability. Now, the second thing is when we talk about inland port, I think part of the problem with inland port is the way that it started.
Sure.
That the lawsuits between Salt Lake City, the environmentalists, and the Inland Port Authority really put a bad taste in so many people's mouths. They said it would ruin our environment.
Right.
They said that it would degrade the Great Salt Lake. When it comes to the questions about inland port in Tooele County, there are two misnomers that have not been addressed. And the public hasn't really understood that, and that's part of us communicating better. The first one is that the inland port property that is in the county that was approved, it's on the east side of Burmester going out to I-80 where the old train track was. Mm-hmm. People have said, and we've had lots of emails on this.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot
You're
too.
going to ruin the environment. Well,
The clay there is going to ruin the inland port.
Well,
I've been out there. That's clay.
Let me give you an alternative perspective, though. It was already zoned to do what's being done.
Industrial.
And how many years ago was that? Was that under the Romney Group, or were we talking farther?
This
was
was
20 or 30 years ago. So
It
Okay.
was zoned in my childhood for that because they had a spur there. When they first built Burmester was built as a waterway stop in 1800 whenever, and then it had industry build up, and it wasn't until the freeway moved cars faster that the town moved closer into Grantsville.
So to take care of some of those concerns, let me start with, we're going to destroy wetlands. No, the Inland Port Authority passed a resolution, it's part of their bylaws, that they will work to not only mitigate but improve wetlands, which I think is critical along one of our greatest assets, and that's the Great Salt Lake. We're fighting for the Great Salt Lake right now.
Because our community survives, our workers survive because of those businesses that depend on the Great Salt Lake.
We've got a lot of workers that work out there.
So the second issue that came about is, are we giving away tax dollars to get tax dollars? Let's understand some things very clearly. When the base shut down here in Tooele, an economy stalled.
Oh,
it went away.
It hurt bad.
There has been close to $500 million of investment down at the old Tooele Army Depot. Now think about that in terms of property tax that would go to schools, property tax that would go to buying homes.
That's bigger than your budget, right?
It's an enormous amount of money that has come in every year. And Tooele City is deciding right now, and we look forward to discussing this with them, whether or not they're going to continue that RDA project area. It will change over in name. But if it doesn't, that money comes back. That money would never have been there if there had not been the local investment by companies.
Sure, why not?
So the third thing is the infrastructure is being borne on the back of the developers and fronted by the Inland Port Authority. Now, here's the crazy part.
So that means not the Tooele.
No citizens,
Citizen.
no.
That's a really good thing to get
all,
into
all
people's
of this
minds
is
because they don't understand it.
No.
So they complain.
and bringing a house for industry out here.
Yes.
And so you bring a house for industry, you revitalize a community. I mean, you've seen the studies. When they closed down the Army depot,
Mm-hmm.
our drug rates went up.
Mm-hmm.
Our crime rates went up. They're still low overall,
But they increase.
They increased. And we're finally climbing out of that. We're finally climbing back. And I think that's because we've had a little bit of growth spurred on by, the Peterson Army Depot and that group, and bringing more.
And a number of housetops, rooftops, new families coming in for a better life.
Well, and you think about how this translates, that if we have employees that are paid at a livable wage, that is really livable.
And it's going to force every other wage to go up.
And whenever you do economic
Yep.
development, when you bring a company in who may receive an incentive, you can base that incentive on a lot of different things. One, post-performance. We're not giving you a dime unless you perform. Number two, you will meet an economic threshold. Number three, you will meet an economic investment into the community. So when they build a building and they put equipment in there, that's all taxable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the fourth thing that became critical is that under the Inland Port Law, 10% of the money from that, of the increment, has to go to attainable housing or affordable housing.
Mm.
So now we've created an engine that moves to help create affordable housing.
And this affordable housing is not only meant for the workers who are going to come and build this, but they're going to build it and usually leave. This affordable housing can be for our young people, our senior citizens. If
Those
we do
who
it
work
right.
there.
Yeah, employees of the place.
I was on a call last week with all the other county officials and the new director, the governor's director over housing. And we've got a really tough nexus we're walking into because we have a free market and the market drives a lot. But a 3,500 square foot home that we see as somewhat normal now has not been historically normal.
No.
And the question was asked by the new director. He said, how did people in the 1960s, 70s, 80s raise a family of 7 in a 1,300 square foot home? We've said it can't be done, but we must find a way to do it.
I think you'll do a lot of things if
Correct.
you think it out
How do you
first.
get developers to build a 1,300 square foot home when there's a haircut from government regulation
Correct.
of $20,000? That's the minimum, $20,000 before you even apply for a bank loan.
Well, and I think as we talk about all those different things, just understand that responsible growth, smart growth is what elected officials need to look at.
Absolutely.
There will be comments made throughout all the
We're
discussions.
gonna have to put a rated R rating on this show. You keep talking about it.
Please don't.
No, he just says it sounds so good. He's really enjoying it. It's logic.
I know,
And
it's
you have to
insane.
applaud logic in a world
This
where
is a
when
government person
logic gets an
talking right now.
applause,
Yeah.
we know we're in trouble. When you're sitting here going, oh my gosh, this is so logical. Well, that's how bad it has been that we actually want to point out when logic is winning.
Well, and when you think about logic for a second, people will say, and I've heard this. I hear it from legislators. I hear it from members of the community, the development community I hear it from. And I disagree with the development community a lot. And that's been shown throughout my history. Two things are critical in getting to attainable housing. Number one, you cannot do it just through zoning. You must also do it with infrastructure development. And in our case, it's roads and water.
Right.
And we have worked very hard with the local governments, the city governments, to integrate the water systems so that we can bring water from other areas at a cheaper rate because we will run out. And here's the scariest part. I was on this call and they said, well, we're going to mandate certain things. And we had to speak up and say, you mandate that. We can't meet the water needs of our citizens. And then you're going to have litigation going everywhere. And the only people who get rich
Or
in
lawyers.
litigations
Mhm.
is the lawyer.
And what kind of regulations were they talking? Was this from the state
This
down
is
to you?
from the state saying that you to hit some of the attainable housing goals, you have to build this many units.
Mm.
Well, we have, and the study is shown right now, we've entered into a second study, 9,000 units that can be built in this county, in the Central Valley here.
9,000.
9,000.
When they said earlier that they got like 30,000 and we're done. We're
No,
sustainable water.
We're at 9,000 with the current water resource development.
Mm.
So we need to do something
We
about
have-
linking Tooele County together with water.
So we appreciate Mayor Wynn and the Tooele City Council, Stansbury Service Agency, Lake Point and their water systems. We've budgeted so that we can get those water systems put together. And the county can't be in the water business. We own no water.
Right.
By state code, we can't be in the water
But
business.
what we determined out of the ARPA funding is that we have to build a legacy project that will funnel water here,
Which is a pipeline
pipeline.
that serves the entire community.
But we cannot do that without the cities cooperating. So we've really appreciated the city's willingness to sit down to discuss their concerns with us. We are on the tail end of some engineering now with Tooele City of how to pump water back and forth. And then hopefully, crossing our fingers, we will be out to bid by summer to build that
So-
project.
That's moving quick.
Where
It
could
is.
you envision maybe a place? Because I don't know, you've got a grandchild, don't you?
Mhm, I do.
And does your child, does she live here in
No.
the county? See, that's what breaks my heart. I want my children to find work here. I want my grandchildren to be around me. And I've got elderly parents who live in a house with a great big yard that my mom's still mowing and snow plowing. And I would love her to be able to sell that house and get into a condo where she's not worrying about a yard. But all of that it's unattainable because people don't want it in their backyard. So Jared brought up the fact that, not you, but Hamner, that the properties that you do own across the county could be used to develop. And that is something that idea sounded amazing, but I'm sure you're going to get backlash from people who don't want it in their backyard. But is there a way we could do maybe an educational town hall so people can see? Most people don't understand all of this. And I'm sorry, I should do better at getting this information out. And I think we could do a couple, maybe in the main areas.
I think it would be really good. Now, I'm going to plug your show. Is that okay?
Please.
I think that bringing in someone who is afraid or has the fear of development and someone with development to have the discussions. Facts always trump fear.
Yes.
My wish.
Well,
No.
how about emotion?
They should.
Yeah, but they don't. But they
don't.
should.
They
But
should.
when
Now,
we,
reality is generally pulls them out. Like, say you got someone right now who's fearful of the growth, and then their kid graduate high school and leaves, and then starts making kid. That's when reality
Yeah.
Well,
hits in. But it's too late.
here's the reality, and this is our reality. We are going to be mandated by the state of Utah to build.
Absolutely. Because we have the
Growth
population
is coming
for
to
it.
this county. We are the backstop for the jobs in Salt Lake City.
What is the number? I know when IRTA incorporated, there was a number of saying if you have a population of X amount of people, you need to build affordable housing. Or
I don't
That
remember.
it has shifted in the last
Yeah.
2 years. So I think our discussion needs to change from affordable housing.
yeah, because affordable is relative. What's
I think it
affordable
needs to
you
be
is-
attainable housing.
Yeah.
And Tooele City really led out on this in developing an ordinance that allows the city to cluster different kinds of developments. So it's not just based upon a number of units on an acre. It's based upon a developmental plan that allows for larger homes, medium homes, entry homes, apartments, so you can create a community in that area.
Yeah.
So you can
almost
grow
like
in
what
that.
they were planning around the temple.
Imagine that.
That is exactly what I saw as being something that accommodated 55 and older. It accommodated townhomes for the elderly, and then small family homes. I would love to see a development like that. I wish Stansbury Park had. We are a bedroom community already. I wish we had the room for a planned place like that. I'm afraid that if we keep condensing with housing and housing and housing, we're going to have to build up anyway. which means we're going to have apartments put in all these different areas to accommodate new families and seniors. And I think it's what he said. It's not until it happens to you that the reality kicks in, that your child who is raised here her whole life, all her friends, her family, and now she's got a baby and she has to travel 45 minutes to see you when, you know, if she tried to buy a house right now, there's no one could afford it.
She has to drive 10 hours.
10 hours. Where does she go?
She's in Montana, in Fairfield, Montana, which is so crazy.
She went to Paradise, but that's housing out there is
It's
really
not paradise
tough.
right this second.
Oh no, it's actually 5 below.
26 is what she showed me when she got
Wow.
That's at noon. At noon, it's that low.
But that is the reality. And the reality is attainable housing requires us to master plan water, zoning, transportation. You cannot take one without the other. And if you neglect one without the other, you will destroy a smart planning goal.
Absolutely. And there's also the idea of you're educating your populace, bringing in the Blue Peak and the Tooele Tech and Utah State. Once you've got an educated populace, and then you've also got new business coming in that will pull from that education, that population. Now no one's leaving. No one's commuting. They're working in their own town. And that is smart growth. You know, you've attained a
Salt Lake
smart
drove
growth.
out here and got gas.
Well, I'm saying if you get big manufacturing companies out here or big business, there will be people coming in from Salt Lake.
The hilarious part is it would be cheaper for many on the west side of Salt Lake to buy gas here
Oh yeah.
and go
Well,
back
it would.
because of how much cheaper it is.
It would. It's just the time is what makes that difference. But how would it be if they came out here and worked? You know, I worked at the salt plant for 16 years, and it was kind of a legacy job. Lake Point was all salt plant. That seemed to be Lake Point was built on the old salt plant that was there. And that one moved out to Cargill. But we had 5 or 6 people that drove from Salt Lake. One guy drove from Ogden. But how would it be if we had that in every business out here, on everywhere? And some of that, we quit sending our tax revenue over the mountain for Salt Lake to grow and utilize, and out here all they could do is raise taxes. That'd be nice.
I love the idea. I would love to see a developer come up with something where they could do townhomes and they could put them in a place that they would be welcomed. I just know with all the referendums and stuff, you guys, when you guys got in, it was referendum this, referendum that, and lawsuit this and this. So I know you guys have you started out with a lot of crap ahead of you. And that again is a testimony to your ability to do the job, to sit down and do it. And your focus is on not just your district, but as the county as a whole. And I thought, I feel like we've all been really, really pleasantly surprised. Because I know you guys do not like the same things. You do not agree with everyone all the time. But it's hard for the public to see that, because once you guys have come up with your ideas, and you're always respectful, you're just a little ornery. But when you get your point across and you present your ideas, there is logic, and people can respect that.
Hey, Ty, I don't feel like it's cool for Holly to talk about the other council members.
We
We are never ornery.
She waits until they're gone.
They
Yeah.
deserve it though.
She has that public powwow about them.
Anyway, we tell people all the time how lucky we feel to be in this county under this current leadership and these representatives we have, from Mayor Critchlow, Mayor Wynn, our county council, Mayor of Stockton, and our representatives and our sheriff and the many, many, many other electeds, and our clerk and our auditor and our surveyor. Everything is just in a really nice, comfortable, yet I don't know, I'm enlightened. I'm inspired. I feel like the best is yet to come. And I think that if you got a council of 5 that can work like you guys can together, and you spent all this time, I know you've probably dived really deep into Deseret Peak, and he's dived deep into tourism, and Jared's diving deep into his own stuff. And yet you all come to the table with answers, solutions, and then let the other person tell you why your idea won't work.
Well,
and
how
then
you're
have a good
data-driven.
discussion.
That's outstanding. You go out and say, Look, I like, something that I personally like. I'll volunteer to go look into that. But instead of me just coming back and saying, "Oh yeah, it's a great idea. I really like that idea," of
Yeah, spend that $1 million on
but
this.
you guys go out and say, "Okay, here's the study I got for it. Here's the numbers. This is what it looks like." So it's not just, is it something I like or something I dislike? Here's the numbers. Does this work out?
Ty with his professional background. So I'm going to pat you on the back here.
Okay.
Don't think it's going to happen too often.
All right. Mark the day, gentlemen.
Let me turn around.
Should I film this?
But-
All right, do it for the camera.
But when we were discussing the 2021 budget, in 2021 for the 2022 budget, Ty came in because of his financial background and made it clear, first asked, how many bonds do we have? Where are we in the amortization schedule? What would happen if we paid them off early? Well, that one conversation and his vision allowed us to hold on to those payments like we're taught, and it became the foundation for the bond payment for Deseret Peak.
It saved you money.
It saved the taxpayers over $300,000.
And you own a business. You're a business owner here in town where finances is kind of your thing. And we've had you on the show before, but tell people your business.
Financial advisor here in town for Edward Jones.
Edward Jones.
And so
And it's
while
right
our-
over by the Macy's, right?
Mhm.
And
yeah,
Right next door
Edward
to
Jones is one of the most reputable financial advising businesses out there.
what an asset to have is somebody who looks at numbers all day, reads peaks, reads Gullies, and knows, hey, this is a good way to do it, and here's a way to save some money. To me, again, it common sense that you would want someone in office that can contribute that, and it's kind of shown. So right now, you guys are at a zero budget. Basically, you've paid off your debt, and you guys don't have any
We have
money
two-
that carries over.
We have 2 bonds out still. So
For
we
the
have-
jail.
Oh, besides the bonds. I just mean
Yeah.
running your budgets. You guys do that starting in September,
Yeah.
settle in December.
we start earlier than that. We started in June this year.
Yeah, June. I don't
Maybe
know
a
if the official
projection.
meetings, but the discussions started then, and I think the official meeting started in August, the end of August, first part of September.
Don't you usually do like a projected in
Mm-hmm.
like July where you go, okay, here's what we predicted, here's where we are,
Mm-hmm.
here's where we predict going forward.
If you'll talk about, you talked about the possibility of what could happen in 2024 financially to the county, and how did our budget end up that we're protected from some of those things when you talked about recessions, inflation rates, things like that.
Well, you talk about the concerns for the market. Yeah, the projections are is that we're probably going to have a recession, or what they're now calling a rolling recession, the first half of this year. And what a rolling recession is, it's something fairly new in the financial world. It's where usually with a recession, every sector of the economy takes a hit. A rolling recession is when only most of the sectors, not all of the sectors, are being hit.
So like
And that's
cars and houses and those type of sales.
So we're seeing a rolling recession now, is what they're calling it. And there's a lot of talk that we will probably have an official recession or a more severe rolling recession here within the next few months.
like 2008 type situation.
It's not expected to be that bad, and it's expected to be shorter lived. The reason why is because what we're seeing nationwide is consumer spending is slowing down. Jobs are slowly, joblessness is slowly on the rise. Consumer debt is rising. Bankruptcies are rising. Credit card debt is increasing for the consumer at a higher interest rate.
Foreclosures are going up too, as we learned from our bank.
Yeah, and for the first time in 3 years, people had to start paying on their student loans again, beginning in October. So we think that the consumer, or the consumers, are going to start slowing down on their spending and fill it a little bit more the first half of this year. And so,
that actually, knowing that, you were able to make decisions for the county.
well, hopefully we took some of that stuff into consideration for some of the projections and the budgeting and stuff like that, anticipating maybe less tax revenue and things like that.
I heard that. So you
Amazing.
said that the county elevated to 3 stars on its credit rating,
2 stars plus, plus
2
rating.
stars plus. And I heard our federal government 2 weeks ago just lowered.
Correct.
Okay. Just throwing it out there.
So maybe you should loan the federal
Department of
government some
Defense.
money with some 1,000% interest.
You know,
I wouldn't do it until they get their house in order.
yeah, no.
When's that?
That is a bad bet. I would bet on Chicago Bears winning the Super Bowl long
Before that
before I'd
happens.
loan them any money.
Hi, Mom.
That is a sour bet.
I don't know which. My mom lives over closer to the movie theater, so I think you might be her rep.
I am.
Okay, so Mom,
I know where your mom lives.
this is your representative, Ty Hoffman, and we are talking with Scott Wardle, who's also Tooele County Council. So thanks for joining the party.
Mhm.
So can I give one more prop out there?
You can do whatever you like. We have a soft stop time at 6, but
Yep.
I don't want you to feel like you're hurried. If you have something to get out there, we want to educate people.
Well, and I think that this is critical to show partnerships. And we disagreed on funding this year for the first time. And what it is that there's a third quarter sales tax that can be used for roads. And there's also a,
It has to be,
What
or
is that
it can
called?
be.
What do you mean? What?
the
What
the
part?
green the green money for acquiring land for roads. What do we call that?
Oh, you mean when you take it from people?
No.
No, it's not when we go. Oh, corridor preservation is what it's
Corridor
called.
preservation.
And
Yes.
in the last 3 years, there's been an unprecedented investment in every community through those funds. North of now, it will be close to about $6 million from Vernon all the way to Lake Point to Wendover. And when we talk about that, roads are being rebuilt, resurfaced. Tooele City will have the opportunity, and we really appreciate the partnership and what Tooele City's application was, where they came in with funding to rebuild Drew Bay Road in between the golf course. That we are working with our congressional representatives to take care of Drew Bay from there all the way through Lake Point. And
Are these state roads?
No,
Is this
no.
money?
These are
or
county-
This is our roads.
County and city roads.
county and city roads, and it's county taxpayer dollars,
Okay,
that are paying for
unincorporated
these.
or everybody?
everybody.
Gotcha.
So when we talk about the things that aren't seen, like for instance, Vernon City has had the ability to rebuild some roads, and we actually had a disagreement on that this year. And I think that it's critical to understand we still came to an agreement.
You know what? I've been to Vernon City, and I was having a town hall with
Uh-huh.
our commissioners, and every single person was yelling at the commission for these roads, and they're horrible and potholes. And finally, Bittner stood up and he said, "Listen, you're a city.
Mhm.
It's not the county's job to fix your roads. We'll fix the road out here, but it's not our job." And so I know for a fact that has to be hard on these little cities who become cities, and they have to take on that responsibility. But you guys have full-time grant writers, and you guys are building IOPA
Mhm.
and getting stuff done. And Vernon was probably due.
Well, and Vernon, when you talk about Vernon or Rush Valley or Stockton that don't have great commercial economic bases, it becomes very hard to raise this money.
Yeah.
What do you mean they don't have great commercial economic basis?
I'm trying to be
They've
positive.
got a population of 7.
but
That's not a booming metropolis.
But what we did come to the agreement on, and you'll see this in 2024, is that there will be some money that will be funded for smaller communities to apply for grants on, to have roads rebuilt. And then we will use the third quarter sales tax primarily for connectivity, transportation, and for congestion. And I think that the county citizens will be very pleased. And that came out of debate. I want you to know that came out of disagreement. We had a couple of conversations on that,
Mhm.
that we had to get to a policy
Yeah.
that would work, that citizens who live in Vernon and shop at Walmart in Tooele City, or citizens from Stockton who go to Grantsville, the Solbergs, whether they go the back way or whatever it is, they do spend money.
Yeah.
Now, it's not the same equivalency, and Ty did a great job showing that in the council meeting.
I don't think they like me in Vernon too much.
No.
You're a nice guy.
Well, you made 7 enemies that night.
But I do think that
I'm a wanted man there, I think.
yeah, but Ty even came to the table and said, we just have to cut back on the spending. So there's been an unprecedented investment in city communities with county dollars because our citizens are county citizens in cities.
Yeah.
There's been an unprecedented investment in county roads. Those are the things that I hope citizens understand, that are many of the intangibles, that just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not working.
That's true. And many people choose not to see it because they're angry at this or that. And the truth is, if they, perfect example, this morning at about 6:30 a.m., I hear this noise and I see lights flashing. I'm in Stansbury on the island, and it's been snowing all night long. And I got a snowplow coming through my neighborhood, and he's doing around and he's making sure. And I'm thinking, this is amazing. This is amazing. And we take people like that for granted. And I know we're unincorporated, but I also know that there's few unincorporated cities and county space anymore that you guys can put your resources and go plow your areas. And here we get this. And I just want to scream to the rooftops, like, guys, how lucky are we? Yeah. How lucky are we that this is just something we get to expect and get surprised by when we go out to drive in the roads in the morning? Well,
and when you talk about cooperation in this, those discussions on those issues, our auditor, Alison McCoy, is so critical for that. She helped us understand our policies, speaking with the cities candidly and frankly about spending is a very important thing for us. Tax rates is a very important thing that
I wish you would have her speak to Stansbury Service Agency, please.
Isn't that District 5?
Yeah. Jared's been out there. Jared's been out there.
Which one are you?
I'm 1.
Okay, then I think it's 4.
It's Jared's district.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they're not ready to listen. But I wish they would take some of these principles you're talking about and put them to good use.
So I
don't know.
Sure I throw that out.
I want to drag you guys around the nation and just put you in front of everyone else. Just imagine how prosperous the nation could be again if these ideas were passed along
on a state and federal level.
So imagine, you'd be run out of Chicago because then they can't corrupt their way to profitability. But there might be some, some counties out there that might listen, a few in Nevada.
Ty, my mom says, well, hi, Ty. It's great to know who's representing our area.
Yep, that's Ty.
Yes, he's got a financial business that over by Macy's, and
he's very good.
He's very good. I've gone in and met with him myself and had questions. He's very honest and thoughtful, and he doesn't just willy-nilly. He takes time. So I really appreciate that. But I also appreciate that you all have full-time jobs and you all have families. And now you are truly public servants. That's for sure. And I appreciate the work and time that you're doing. And I hope that maybe you would consider a study based on other counties, or just by going by the work that you do, the hours you keep, and then, just something to think about as far as if there's a way we could make, I don't know, what does the county council need, and how can they best do their job, and how can the people get the most out of them? I feel like we're getting so much out of you, but I feel like you'll burn out rather than keep this going and on eventually if we can't figure a happy medium out to make sure that you guys are taken care of.
Well, one thing I've noticed is the first year we were really busy. I think we spent
administrative stuff mostly.
Yeah, and spending a lot more time at it as we learned. Just the alphabet soup of acronyms that you have to try and learn and stuff like that from government and
committees you have to be on
and other things, and then which meetings you really need to be at and things like that. And it's a learning process, and I think we've gotten a lot better at figuring that out and managing our time better, so that hopefully we don't get burned out, but and prioritizing that we need to and where we need to be and things like that. I think we've gotten much better at that in the last 3 years than we did the first year. But
and having a county manager, I think great organizations hire great people. Mm-hmm. And that was a process that was, we prioritized what our values were. We needed a leader. We needed someone competent who would surround himself. And I'm going to share this publicly. Andy won't like this, but in his Skype interview with us, he said 5 words that changed everything for me. Mm-hmm. He said, I don't believe that we should ever embrace the culture. It's always been done this way.
I love it.
Hey, that's yeah.
That is absolutely true. That's how are you going to affect real change when it's needed? By doing more of the same. That's insanity.
But if you're going to do it, you better know why you're doing it that way.
Right.
And I think sometimes that gets lost in so much. So,
Well, you were the only one on the council that actually had any experience in leading, right? In government.
out of the three of us that ran at that time, yes. Because Kendall had been on school board
Right.
and been on.
Well, and Kendall had
Tom
been
had been on-
commissioner for 2 years by
Yeah,
then.
but I
Yeah.
had been in city government for 15 or 16
I
years.
think Tom
do
had
you
been on
see-
Grantsville City Council prior to being
Yeah,
on the
Tom, but
commission.
I mean, they came in as commissioners.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a little different because you got the whole county now. To me, and it's also new altogether. But do you see that there's a dynamic in this council that maybe you didn't see when you were on Twila City? I mean, you've already said you've learned a lot, and plus you got a little older probably and a little more settled down because you've been in it a long time.
No, he's not.
I know he's not. But he's still passionate. But do you see some differences as far as this new council, the five of you working versus how I know the business is different because it's county versus city.
Yeah.
But do you find that the work is different and that you having this county manager handling your admin and then having five of you responsible rather than like a mayor?
So I enjoyed the mayors I served with. It wasn't always easy for them or me because I am passionate.
I believe you.
and there were spirited discussions and still are in many ways. I will say this, that having some experience allowed me to see where failures were. I stood with great people on the Twila City Council that many of those experiences really opened my eyes my last 2 years to things. And I'll just share this. I had a discussion with one of our council members at a really defining time. I had been the council chair for 3 years. And we had just finished a negotiation with the county commission. We were standing on the county lawn and things were going to change on the Twila City Council because I was so passionate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my fault. And we'd gotten bogged down. And I am so grateful that Councilman Pratt said, Scott, you've got to change some things if you're ever going to be effective again. And he laid it on me. And you can't turn a ship in a really small lake fast.
Right.
And that started a process that still continues and will continue. And I appreciate our council members for that same reason. We are willing to give each other good, hard feedback. And I think that is something that if we could learn on a federal, state, and local level, that feedback's not a bad thing.
Neither is humility.
No. And I wasn't very humble. I'll be the first one to say that.
But the fact that you're telling the story now says you ate the humble pie when you got told, hey, guess what? Things need to change.
And I was out as council chair. I had 2023's Kevin McCarthy moment on the grounds of the county building. And it's really ironic that I sit in my office there now and I think about those moments that I've learned from other people. And I think I learned how to write good policy, how to write good law at Twila City. I learned how to research it. We wrote great policies and laws there. Some of them have been repealed. Some of them haven't. Some of them should be repealed because they served the time and now they're done.
Right. And that's very common.
But I think that coming to the county council with that experience has been a huge asset to the citizenry and to our council in building some things, because I know where some pitfalls are and I know how easy it is to get into them because I stepped in them. I had other council members who I watched learn through their experiences of stepping in them. I watched mayors make great decisions. I watched mayors at times not want to talk to me because of my passion. I hope no one ever mistakes my passion for anger. That was something that was very real. My passion's not angry. My passion's passionate. Anger's a totally different emotion, and they may look the same, but they're not. Is that so?
Yeah,
I don't want to
that's
see
fair.
either.
That's fair.
I love that. I mean, I really, really appreciate that because you're big fish in a little pond, and just being a councilman in Twila City, you're a big fish. And then you go into the county and you're still a big fish in a little pond, but now you've got a record. And now people have these thoughts about you or preconceived notions or whatever. And I love the reflection, and I know exactly what you mean by passion. I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And I also love that you've been able to work with some great people, and I'm sure that you've had a lot more insight and kind of guided them, but I feel like you're learning from them just as much. And that is a cohesive team that really, as a party leader, it makes me so proud the 5 of you are Republicans. And it makes me so proud that this transition will, that has been so flawless in the eyes of maybe just somebody on the outside.
Yeah.
I just want to export what you guys are doing around the nation. I do. Because I'm black-pilled on it. I feel like our nation's heading for some really tough times because of this financial decisions that are made at national, at a lot of states, because the nationals moving it so that one state can screw up and all the other states have to foot the bill. And so I just want to export this idea around.
Do you think it has such a huge impact when the fact that I can run into any one of these guys at any time in my community and approach them, and they have to look me in the eye and tell me,
Bad
I voted
decisions.
for this because I knew we were going to do this or that.
I don't know. I think it's a culture thing. I think you guys have built a culture that makes this work. And I think because you've got smaller counties than ours with less people that are making all those bad financial decisions all over the country.
It's true. But what I'm saying is,
I think
when they
you
make
guys,
a promise, they have to see, they have to see me.
but
they
even
make a
smaller
promise.
counties do the same thing. I think you guys have brought a new culture to government.
That's absolutely
This
true.
is a brand new culture, a brand new idea. It's a new idea that you guys are going to leave it cleaner than you found it. You're going to leave it in a better position than when you found it. And I'll tell you, talking to all the county guys right now, you guys aren't bringing an ego into it where you'll see bad decisions made sometime because a guy has an ego or a lady has an ego about it.
You don't see a lot. They're not making money. So
And
they're
you
doing
guys-
this in spite of the small money they make.
You
and
guys
they're
aren't
doing it
trying to have
they want
your
it.
plaque put on everything you can see, and you guys are bringing wise decisions. And I don't know. I want to sit. I don't know who's our Fed chair now. Just sit down with them for
Powell.
a minute. What is it? Powell. Yeah. Interest rates are up. No, they're down.
What you're doing is working.
Yeah.
And that's why when we talk, and we are highly involved in what's going on in the county. And I brought up the 2 things that I
she
hear
is.
all the time of the biggest arguments and you guys have given me. You've given me facts that I can bring back to the people. And then some of the people will listen and others will already hate it anyway because they've decided to in the beginning. And I always have a rule. If I'm communicating with someone and they're calling me names, I know I've already won the argument. And 2, it's not them that I care to convince. It's the many, many people reading this thread that I care to convince. And by keeping my calm and by not hitting below the belt and just sticking without emotion and just fact, all those other people participating are going, she's right. And then the inland port has been a baby for a long time. It's been an argument. The fact that you guys you've done studies, you've made yourselves available to the inland port. I mean, it's not a sure thing, is it? They are still choosing?
Actually, no, we've been funded. So now what will happen is the first plat is already in the planning process with Twila County. They have companies lined up. I spoke with the principal owner of that group last Friday.
Okay, so this is moving.
And we're on the heels of millions of dollars of investment.
Now, I know about
We're on the
one
forefront,
road.
not the hills. We're at the forefront.
On the one
That's gonna
road,
be-
you talk about how it won't even affect anybody because it's right off of I-80. But the other one is going to be down Sheep Lane. Who's
Grantsville's.
responsible for repaving Sheep Lane? Because that
Grantsville.
road is hurting bad.
That's a Grantsville road.
So maybe this new company comes in.
Well,
Will they have any
talking,
infrastructure
we're
issues?
talking two separate areas. The inland port that we have is off of Burmester, and that road will be rebuilt this year.
Right.
Burmester is?
Yes.
You're going to have to watch out for that repaving equipment because that'll blow a shock.
Yeah. It's
that
pretty
road,
rough.
we don't need dirt tracks.
No.
If any of those motocross kids discovered Burmester, ooh, they'd be loving that.
And so I agree, but that's why it's on schedule to be built this year.
Well, it's had no need
Yeah.
up until now.
And I think that this is where counties and cities differ. When Grantsville City incorporated or annexed in across Sheep Lane and they took in the Romney property, they took on the obligation to repave that road. Had they not come across, that would have been a county road.
Right.
But that they're benefiting from the tax dollars of the businesses there. And
That's a great tax
and
incentive
so
there.
that's their role to rebuild that because it is in their city. Just like Tooele City has the obligation on Utah Avenue, and they've been taking that seriously. Or east of Main Street going up 1,000 North, they've taken that seriously. It is, and so we're more than willing to allow Grantsville City to rebuild that.
Oh, I'm as somebody who uses that road often, I appreciate it. I'm just thinking the people of Erta, there's a group of people in Erta that didn't like the idea of having these trucks beating up this road. And I'm wondering if that's been thought through regarding the company coming here. And that's probably something they're working out with Grantsville.
I think that the company that we're talking about will be off of Burmester, not there at the Romney area. I think the Romneys work and the leadership in Grantsville works very well with the Romney family in meeting those needs. And everything that I've been told is they've had great discussions.
Well, and I can think of, it could be they could not come out and then leave us with more places for our kids not to work, more opportunities for our kids not to have here in the county. I mean, I think every time I think of a business coming out here, I think of, well, maybe my kid will work there, or maybe my kid will do and succeed and then be able to stay.
I think about, we might get a new restaurant. We might, you get the new facility, you get another option for grocery shopping. You get,
it's good, smart planning. And that's something I feel like we put the brakes on it when you guys were elected. I feel like the first year was going to be a learning curve. And what I think what's happened is you did put the brakes on, but not because you were trying to figure things out. It's because you wanted to change course and from the methods that were done previously. So
correct.
I think if people understand that, and this is 5 different minds representing 5 different communities, and they got together and they're thinking, we want to do something different because all these communities are different, but we also want to do something smart, and we're going to slow it down and we're going to listen, and then we're going to go on with a study so that we have proof here that we had all the good data before we spent all the money. And I mean, if families have to run their houses that way.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband sells cars, and that's an industry that is suffering right now.
Right now it is.
And my best friend's a realtor. That industry is suffering. And yet during COVID, they were like top. But we have to cinch up our belts, and we've just got to do without a lot of things. That's what families do. I appreciate the fact that our county's been willing to do that. Do you guys have anything else you'd like to add? Because you'll be on again. We'll have you on individually when we're talking campaign season. So probably after caucus, which is March 5th, everybody, the Republican Party is having our Super Tuesday on March 5th, where we're going to be participating in the presidential poll. So
and we're
to
sure
caucus.
the county Democrat does something.
The Democrats were actually having their election that night.
Yeah, the
for
county
the
Democrat.
presidential.
The guy, he goes in and out the door.
So that night, do show up if you want to participate, because that is the way the party is choosing their nominee for president. So you, the voter, are going to decide that. So show up. Stay tuned to this page as well as the Tooele County Republican pages. If you're not a member yet, please go and follow us. And if you do want to go to one, and it's a private group, make sure you fill out the information and questions. We will be posting that in all the places that you'll have your locations for caucus. And if you're interested in getting to know these gentlemen, if you live in District 1 or District 5?
3.
these two guys will be running again, and you can reach out to them with volunteering. If they just need somebody to make phone calls with money, whatever you like, we really encourage you to get involved, because I'm telling you, more importantly than the presidential election, your life is highly, highly more affected by what these two gentlemen do than by what our president does.
And not to mention, when was the last time we had a president that walked, or a national government that walked away with, we'll just go for a balanced budget, not even a surplus. And we've got a county that's doing it.
But don't get too excited about Twila County, because there's not a lot left. I think we're closed, right?
Yeah.
The county's closed, so no more new people. But please come and shop and tell your friends.
We just have one comment to read, really. We had a lot of viewers, no comments, but Dwayne says it's an old idea, service to the community.
It is, but not so much out here. We've seen so many people step up. Talk about your day of service here that you guys did for the county, where the county wanted to clean up the county. Talk about that.
Yeah, we started
This is Ty's idea.
This
Yeah.
is my idea. Yeah, started the county cleanup. Twila City does it. They do the take pride in Twila City, and but when I was out driving my side by side around, there's junk and piles of garbage and stuff that people just dump all over the place.
On the very trails we're advertising for people to come and enjoy.
Correct. And so we've got to get those areas cleaned up if we're going to entice more people to come out here. And so we started that, and there's one day in the spring or I guess it's 2 days in the spring where people can go clean up or take stuff to the landfill for free. And the other, we do also allow for groups and organizations for a month before that to go to an area and clean it up, and they can go to the landfill for free as well with the
So
punch
they
cards and
basically
stuff.
adopt an area as a
Correct.
group, and then you get to go to the landfill for free, and you get to clean up these beautiful trails that a lot of people are getting the idea that they're here. I can't believe how many people are excited
And more
about the
coming.
trails. It's so great. I'm very excited. So people, please reach out to our show if you want to get in touch with these guys. And these guys are both on Facebook, so you can look them up. It's Scott Wardle and Ty Hoffman, and you can find them on Facebook or get in touch with us, and I'll be sure we get a meeting for you. These guys are running in the convention, so if by chance you believe in them, consider running as a delegate, a county delegate in
What's
your
the date of the
area.
convention again?
The date convention is April 19th.
Right? So-
Yeah, we'll have it a week before state convention, and we'll have you at Lincoln Day dinner, I hope, on February 24th at the racetrack.
I will not be there. I'll be out of the country.
I think you did that to me last time.
I may have.
I will
It's
be
okay.
there.
All right.
Perfect.
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. What's for dinner?
It doesn't. Oh, I don't know yet, but we'll let these guys know.
Yeah, prime
We'll
rib
talk about
last
movie.
year. So I'm just saying. Let's just. Do
I'll
this.
shoot for prime rib,
All right,
just because
I
if
like
I'm
it.
charging someone $60 a plate, I want to make sure it's worth it.
That's right. $60 a plate.
That's what it was
I
last
think
time.
prime rib
I'm
and
probably
lobster sounds more appropriate.
Well, I'll probably have to bring it down this year because families are hurting.
Okay.
But if you want to stay
Salisbury
on,
steak it is.
do you want to stay on and discuss the other stuff with you and I?
No, we'll hold that off for next week.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
everyone.
thanks you guys for
Thank
having
you
us
so
on.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We want to thank you guys. I want to thank you guys for coming on.
I want to thank you for this.
for the swag, but I want to thank
How
you for
do people get this if they want to buy this? Because I've seen you have them in a million colors and they're
Well,
gorgeous.
we're working on getting more swag and stuff like that. That is something that is hopefully going to be happening here soon.
All right.
Brittany and I
I'll
and
say-
the
and
tourism meeting.
we didn't show you on the sleeve.
Let us know,
So-
and then we'll be happy to share your swag on
Give,
our
give us more
website.
time because it's so brand new.
Check out the sleeve there, guys. It says recreation revved up. I got to figure out
This
which
is
way to go
so-
for the sleeve. This is cool.
Good looking.
But I want to thank you guys for your service.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
thank
It's an honor.
Thank you for stepping, not just stepping. A lot of people might step up, but thank you for doing it right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
keep
We're
our
hoping to
accounts
have this where
squared away.
people can order it online and stuff. We're going to be talking about all that, and we're working all that out here in the very near
And if you
future.
want to have Brittany send me the link, and I'll advertise
Okay.
it everywhere
Yeah,
I can, on the
for
party
sure.
page, on this page.
Oh.
And then also anything you want me to send out, you just send it to me.
Perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thanks, you
Thank
guys.
you,
Have a good
gentlemen.
night,